Hello folks, welcome to Garblag Games. My name is Millie. These are my 4 friends. We're going to play some Alien. Shall we take a moment to introduce ourselves so folks can know who we are and what character we're playing? I'll go first. I'm Millie. I'm the game mother. I'm going to play everybody that these 4 folks aren't. Literally everybody, and the Gribblies, and the planet, and the corporations and everything. Who else have we got here? Which way should we go? Should we start with... Let's start with Andy.
Hi there, I'm Andy. I am playing Sergeant Edo, who is the squad leader.
Going down. Underneath Andy.
My name's Dave. I shall be playing Lance Corporal Squeaky Sutton. Apparently he hates Squeaky.
He does.
He is basically a grunt.
I don't know, he's a Lance Corporal.
Mm.
He's the 2IC
You're
of
my
your squad.
2IC.
Yeah, this is true. Next in command, if you cop it.
That's not going to happen.
I'm sure.
Carrying on clockwise.
Hi everyone, I'm Javier and I'm going to be playing Private Gibson, the sniper and forward observer of the group.
And then, I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't point. Over here.
Hi, I'm Richard. I'm playing Jonesy. I am a Comtech Marine, and I am everybody's best friend apart from some people. So don't worry about that. Carry on.
And we are playing a cinematic scenario that I've written for conventions. I've run this at a few places. It's called the Bimble. And should we just crack on? Should we just find out what's going on? So, what's the story, Mother? Welcome to Salisbury, a 3-world empire training planet designated for survival. Mainly survival endurance training for the Royal Marine Commandos. Unfortunately, the folks in this game are not the Royal Marine Commandos. You're part of the Royal Engineering Training and Recalibration Platoon. After the lads from the RMC have passed through, you're there to reset supply caches and rebuild the training zones. The team you're on is affectionately known as Bimble Section. It's shitty work, but at least the Ruperts leave you alone. You're 3 weeks into the Bimble, a 6-week-long, 1,000-mile trek across the main continent. You're readying the course for the next set of training. And if you don't get to the end of the run in time, you'll have some very aggressive Royal Marine Commandos on your arse as they set up for their next live firing exercise. You have nothing to worry about though. You and your crew are roughly 4 days ahead of schedule, and you should have plenty of time at the rendezvous for some of the beers you know Jonesy always has stashed in his pack. And that's where we are, walking across Salisbury, carting along with us all of this extra munitions, different bits of spray concrete or whatever else the 3-world empire has for their training, ready to repair bridges or put together houses and things that commandos have been fighting in. And we have with us something called a mule. And if we think of this in terms of like Boston Dynamics, weird dog walking thing that we just pile all our crap on and don't have to sort of hump it. We do have our own packs though, as Jonesy was very precious of. There are also 2 other folks with us, and these are the 2 other men that make up our 6-man platoon. We have Willard, who he is sort of attached to your section. He is, as he continually reminds you, a real soldier. None of this nerd stuff. He did his proper training for the infantry. He's done his proper rifleman training. He's not half-arsing it. He's a real soldier. And Tayo, who is a nurse, doesn't necessarily like to be called the nurse, but they've done their hospital training and they've been attending to any cuts and blisters and plasters and that kind of stuff as we've made our way so far. They are NPCs until we need them, and that's to say I'm not going to roll dice. I'm just going to make them do what I think is most optimal, or not, in the situation, until you take them over. So we're going to make a first roll of the evening, and this is because we have been walking for just under 3 weeks already, and we're going to make a stamina roll. We're going to see how we've fared so far. So when we do this, we're going to take... Where's my character sheet gone? Oh, gosh. I'm going to take our, I believe... Strength and stamina.
Yep.
So strength will have a number between 1 and 5. Stamina will have a number between 0 and 3-ish. Add them together and collect that many D6s. Going to roll them all together and see how many 6s we get.
Okay.
I have 1.
1. Jonesy's doing all right.
1 for me.
1 for Sutton.
Right, these are just skill dice. So are ones bad on this?
No, we have no stress yet. So we...
No stress. Right. Can I push?
You will have stress if you push.
Well, seeing as I've just rolled 2 1s and a 2 on my total of 3 dice, my dice rolling is continuing as from that Wild West game.
It's entirely up to you whether you think it's worth taking stress early or if you want to see what the consequences are.
Well, I'm my age is I'm 56 years old. My age has started to catch up with me, so I'm struggling a little bit. I think I won't push.
Okay.
I've got 0 successes.
Come on, Sarge, you can keep up.
And how did Gibby do?
So it's strength plus stamina, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I got 2 1s, 1 2, 1 5.
So no 6s. That's all we're looking for at the minute.
Yeah.
All right. Again,
No 6.
so if you wanted, you could collect that back up, increase your stress level and roll again, or we could just see what happens on a failed roll.
I'm gonna increase my stress level by 1,
Okay.
and I'm going to re-roll everything. Still no 6s,
Right.
except in my stress die. So
Oh, so you got a 6 on your stress die.
yes.
That counts. All right.
Oh, counts. Okay,
Yeah,
brilliant.
that counts.
Okay.
Okay, so the only person who failed was good old Sergeant Edo.
And as I'm in charge, I'm just going to decide that we need to take a break earlier.
Yeah, so until you've had a full night's rest, you are exhausted, which means until you've completed that full night's rest, you won't be able to relieve any stress, Edo.
Ooh.
Javier, on the character sheet, you should be able to tick the first. You should tick the first of the stress boxes.
No, I can't tick anything.
Okay.
Just make a note.
Excellent.
We'll just make a note.
Yeah. I've got my boxes in my notepad. So
Yeah, just make a note.
Yeah. I mean, what I tend to do is I apply stress dice, just put stress dice in the dice rolling tray when I'm doing it.
that's another way to do it. Yeah.
Pile them up. All right, so we've been walking. It's been a long day. Perhaps it's early afternoon. And is that what Sarge does? He just is like, lads.
With 4 days ahead, I think, guys, we've earned a bit of a not quite R&R because we're in the middle of this shithole. But let's have a bit of an easy night of it and stop early.
Come on, Sarge, we can do at least a couple more hours. I mean, they're up behind us. We want to get this done.
We're 4 days ahead. Let's take a break.
Yes, sir.
You won't hear me complain.
I am not a sir. I work for a living. Do not call me sir. Call me sergeant or sarge, but not sir. It's very simple.
Yes, Sarge.
Thank you.
Willard is like, all right, yeah, I'll brew up. Straight in there. I'll brew up. And Tayo is like, all right, well, I guess we'll start fuck club early then. And those two head off to set up a fire pit and set up some tents and that kind of stuff.
I'm going to sit down and take out the route map I've got, and I'm assuming the holotab and the compass still help with that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to sort of make it look like I'm working out where we've been, where we're coming, and so on. Basically, I'm having a rest.
Nice. Yeah. Okay. And everybody else sort of sets to the sort of standard making of camp activities. Yeah, it's quite nice. There's, whole planet is empty except for the 6 of you. The indigenous life forms range from small sort of birds and insects and that kind of thing to like a cow sort of beast that doesn't bother you if you don't bother it. The only other sort of terrible thing on the whole planet is this thing called a lion worm, which again burrows underground. If you don't poke it, it won't poke you. And it's quite peaceful. Early afternoon. Sun is not so bad. It's like late. I don't know if anybody's ever been to Salisbury Plain, but late summer is quite beautiful there on Earth. And this place, you can see why they named it. You've got a little bit of a hill behind you to stop any wind and that kind of stuff. It'd be a good place for Gibby and Willard. Like that'd be a good place to set a watch from. We could have a good eyes out. You can see on the map, Sarge, that over the other side of this hill where you'll eventually walk through, there's a very well known, or at least familiar to Sergeant Edu, who has done this walk so many times for some reason. He just keeps getting assigned it. But there's like corpse of woods, tree land behind it, and then it leads on a nice curve around some hills, and then you go on down towards a rockier area where you can set up. There's a couple of ambush points you're supposed to refill and that kind of stuff. So it's quite a nice place to sort of stop, rest before you've got what might be a slightly more physical part of the walk. Willard be like, this would take like 2 weeks if they just gave us some sort of drop ship or some sort of ATV. Why do we have to walk? And he just begins grousing and moaning whilst also handing out some very nice Yorkshire tea.
I'm kind of going around helping where I can, keeping myself busy, so almost burning off energy, trying to do as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Right, well, we're still a military unit, so let's keep some standard operating procedures going. So Gibson, get up top of that hill and keep a watch out. Yep.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm, just following the rut of setting camp, watch points, all that kind of stuff. Just enjoying myself.
Yeah.
I'll muck in with Willard and help out.
Yeah, Willard's like, I'm not complaining about stopping early, but also I'm complaining about stopping early. Like we could just get this done. I know we're early.
It's old. He's just old.
Yeah, but fine. Like
He's slowing us down,
Just to be clear, Sergeant Oda shaves his head every morning to hide the very thick. It's not grey anymore. It's now white.
Just shaves it. Just got one of them electric things.
Yeah. Little buzz thing. Yeah.
I'll be whistling some happy song, while I do my duty.
Okay.
So you just hate people that whistle. Really annoying.
I turn to Willard and go, "What the fuck? He's doing the fucking whistling again."
It's just like
every single time we stop for anything.
Yeah.
Just whistling.
Such an arse.
Willard's like, if we were like combat effective, that'd be him dead. Just straight like and that kind of stuff.
Maybe one of those worms will get him.
Maybe.
It's fine. They don't have ears.
Now, there's one important thing we've got to resolve.
Mm-hmm.
Gibson doesn't have a nickname yet. Now, is it just going to be Gibbo? Or Gibby?
Whistler.
Whistler? Well, but by the end of this trip, Gibson needs a nickname. I mean, some of you got some great. I mean, Squeaky's a great one. Wild's a great one.
Tayo's like, I don't have a nickname. What are we going to nickname me?
I thought your nickname was Nurse.
No, that's like my job. No. Ugh. Because, all right, take your
Mercy.
Yeah.
I will go to him and say, "Just ignore these assholes. Just, do your job.
Pulling off someone's
you're
boot.
doing more for the unit than any of them. So, just...
Sucks.
Nursey's better than Nurse, I have to say.
He's doing something useful.
Only if I can be Lord Flashart.
Aha. Is it our intention to set up like a series of watches, starting with
yes, because yeah, we'll run proper military procedures. So, but with it sounds a safe planet, so just one person awake at any time. So between the 6 of us, it's sort of probably like an hour and a half watch max each.
Yeah, an hour and a half, 2 hours.
And Edo will do the last watch. The first thing he'll just get up early.
Okay,
so that way I get a good night's sleep and then get up early.
A longer, First
stag. So recover that exhaustion.
First stag and last stag are always the best. So clearly Gibson has been blessed. He's obviously the favourite. And of course, Willard's like, of course he gets the last watch. Of course he does, old man. Any particular order to this watch, or are we just happy to let each other wake somebody up as long as it's Edo is the last one?
Well, why don't we just say that? So after Gibson, it's then Sutton, then Jonesy, then Willard, then is it Taiwo or Taiwo? Taiwo.
Or at least that's how I've been pronouncing it.
Yeah, okay, that's good enough for me.
I should probably know because I created the name, but I will confess to just using a random name generator. Okay, so Gibby, are you doing a proper watch, or are you just chilling out? Like, have you got like a little bit of a book? You got your Kindle with you, and you're going to sit up on this hill, nestle down in for an hour and a half.
I'm going to do the best job I can.
Okay.
But I will enjoy every single minute of it.
Okay. Would you like to make an observation roll?
Yep.
Don't have to.
Yes. That is okay. Observation
plus wits.
Wits plus observation. Sorry.
So that's 3 plus 5, and I guess I still have my stress die, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, if you wanted... Oh, you've made a roll, I was going to say.
Yes.
I was going to say, if instead of making the roll, you could sit and chill and relieve that stress before you go to bed.
No, I'm good. I'm doing my job. So it's like 2, 3, 4 6s.
4 6s.
Nice.
Jesus.
Wow. Okay, that's a pretty good success. When you get extra successes in the Alien RPG, you can normally do extra things with those successes.
Okay.
Sometimes it's things like showing off, doing it cool, doing it faster. For yourself, as you sit, perhaps it is getting to those early night kind of thing. As you sit there on the hill, scanning out on the way you're going to come tomorrow, because nobody's behind you because you're the only people on the hill. So maybe keeping an eye on this woodlands and the stuff ahead. As you watch and as you look, you notice something just popping up over the tree line further down the walk. And as you spend a little while watching, it looks like it's the top of a set of lights. You know, like the thing you have on the sort of a five-a-side football pitches to keep them lit at night? It looks like one of them. It's only maybe from this distance 5-6 kilometers away, and it's not a massive set of lights, but that's what you spot. So what did you get? You got 4 successes. Bearing in mind you're sat here on a hill about 6 kilometers away, and there's a woodlands in between you and this light, you can ask me some questions. We can gain more information from this observation roll.
All right. So how fast are these lights moving towards us?
They're static.
They're static. Okay.
Static lights.
5 to 6 kilometers, and they just popped up like right now in front of me.
They didn't pop up, but as you've settled in and you've sat there watching, you're like, that's not a tree. What is that? Oh,
so they're not lit up. It's dark.
No, it's not dark yet, which is why you probably didn't sort of notice them. It's that sort of moment while you're sat there and you're studying it, and then you really make an effort to just pay attention to your surroundings rather than crack open the latest daft Pulp Fiction.
So it's not that the light popped up in the horizon. I just noticed it.
Yeah.
Like it's there, and it should not be there, right? Because I know that we're the only people here, but that might be equipment from a previous expedition or something.
Yeah, it could be from a previous expedition. If it was something like a building or something, surely the sergeant wouldn't have made you camp when you could go and have like a shower or a bed. It reminds you perhaps of the sort of floodlights they might erect at a forward operating base, or a makeshift command post when you're out on exercise, or the sort of thing, because you're 3 World Empire Engineer Corps, like when you've gone out to help a colony that's had some sort of disaster or emergency shelters put up. It's those sort of floodlights. But the sun hasn't gone down yet. Maybe later on in the evening someone might have spotted it, but you've spotted it with this amazing observation roll. So they're not coming towards you. You've got a couple more questions if you want. And if you need suggestions, you can. The other folks we can have like a table talk moment for this. But ultimately, you get to pick what information we discover.
Well, we have a radio net, don't we?
Yeah, there's a radio.
So you could actually ask questions across the radio to us if you wished.
Yeah. Also,
I will let at least Sarge know that I spotted some sort of like camp light to the other side of the forest.
Can you give me a bearing it's on?
Yeah.
Sorry,
a compass bearing.
Yeah. Oh. It's not a problem for you. You just sort of give them a reading.
I shall look on my map. Is it something that's marked on the map?
No.
And I've come this way before?
You've come this way before. I mean, it's probably about 6 months ago or so. You do this run maybe 2-3 times a year. If you did it 4 times in a year, you've really pissed someone off.
Is there any other vantage point that might allow me to see like more details of the camp that these floodlights are supposedly illuminating without going all the way there?
Rather than going directly to it, you could kind of, jog around. You'd still have to cover a couple of kilometers to go around to get a different view on it. You might be slightly higher if you carry on, like, I guess from one direction, but then the hills will drop and you'd get a lower sort of follow the woodlands round.
So a couple K, that's like 20 minutes walk, something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe 30 if it's like very like uneven, the terrain. Like
also it depends on if you're walking like a civvy, or if you're making some sort of sniper kind of move, in which case that would be a little bit slower. Or you could tactically advance to battle, as it's dubbed. You could tab across, which would be quite quick, sort of force march around. And so it depends on your approach. But yeah,
how early am I in my watch? So how much longer do I have before I
don't know, about half an hour or so.
Okay, so Sarge, permission to find another point of view. I like to take a slightly better look at that.
Sure.
Willard's like, I'll come.
Right. This sounds odd. Don't approach it. Don't approach what's there. Willard, go and join Gibson, and you two get a better view. Sutton and Taiwo, go and take up the observation post on the hill. As replace Gibson's position, and then Jonesy and I'll stay here and keep an eye out around here as well.
I mean, to be honest, I'd rather take Johnson with me just in case there's trouble.
Willard looks so offended at the suggestion that Jonesy would be more combat effective than him.
Jonesy stands up slightly straighter. He's, normally he's like a little crunched up little man and just sort of does his stuff. But
yeah,
look, there's nothing in that direction that I can see. It should be fine, but just in case.
Then
it's got to be the two of us alone. I have a better, synergy with Johnson.
But Willard's the trained rifleman, so go with Willard, please.
Sure.
So mechanically, if you really want to resist this order, we can make an opposed roll with your boss.
Sorry, I meant Willard. I mixed the names.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Willard's like, yeah, because we're so indistinguishable. Like,
yes.
this
you're all the same to my eyes. Yes.
Willard is I don't know. He's got to be like 6 foot, sort of does press ups for fun kind of thing.
Yes.
And Jonesy is a Comtech Marine.
Yeah. I mixed them. Sorry.
He's just mortally offended. And he's like, all right, let's go. Tayo goes to leave with you, Sutton, follows you as you make your way up to relieve Gibson, stops, turns around, runs back to the camp, picks up his rifle, and then runs back up with you.
I will glare at Taiwo when he comes back to pick up his rifle.
Yeah, it's just resting against his pack. His med kit's open. And
as he gets back to me, oh gosh, okay,
and he just follows you up. Okay, so
shit out.
He's just like, I wasn't expecting to do a stag yet. I was just, I was about to pull the sergeant's boots off and Lance's blisters.
Too much knowledge there. Don't want to know.
All right, so
some old dude's saggy. Yeah.
Willard kind of follows up behind you to meet you. So up on this ridge, we've got 4 of you. So Gibson, Tayo, Willard, and Sutton. Gibson, do you point out where this little light stalk is, kind of thing?
I'll give them coordinates and everything.
Yeah, they look over on it. Tayo is like, cool. Yeah, this is totally not what we needed. I thought this was just going to be like a quiet trip. And then Willard like taps you on the shoulder. Gibson is like, all right, and he points off. He points off in the direction that would keep you sort of along the ridge to go around the woodland, following this like slight hill around. In the camp, Edo and Jonesy, is there anything you specifically want to do? Are you packing up? Are you unpacking?
So no, not pack up. All right, two things. One thing I want to do, and one thing I want to get Jonesy to do. So, Jonesy, you're the contact Marine. Just stick a report in about the sighting of this, and find out if someone has left part of a fob here that needs to be collected up or something, because we were not told about it. And then I'm going to just start to work out the best route from the route map to go to this location to check it out, and working out how much out of our way it's going to take us and stuff.
Okay. So obviously Jonesy can make a contact roll, unless you just want to do the very basic sort of thing. I assume you're going to check and see if there's any radio networks in operation, maybe if there's a Wi-Fi signal, or, that kind of stuff.
I think Josie's a bit wired and just wants to get moving, and he's kind of whatever to burn off the energy. So I'll start checking for radio contacts, making sure I've got all the right details, coordinates, etc., reporting it back, all the while probably chuntering on my breath about the last thing I need. I don't need to be doing. Should be getting on with this. This is taking too long. We'll be told to take this thing down. It will take us ages. Okay, I'm pushing.
Nice.
With 9 dice, I got nothing.
Nothing.
Okay, so 2 successes. No stress.
Okay, excellent. So as you're the only thing in orbit, and this is not a surprise to you, you know this, there is like a comms satellite, but there is no ship. And there's nothing in orbit right now. Something dropped you off, took some people somewhere else. 6 weeks later, it comes back with some Royal Marines, drops them off on one side of the planet, picks you up from the other side of the planet, goes to somewhere. There's a bus service essentially. But there is a comm satellite up above. You make connection with it. You log, forward operating. But what is it? You like unknown site, forward operating base left behind.
Probably something along the lines of suspected forward operating base found, not in our logs, not on our map. Please clarify whether this is meant to be here, whether it needs to be taken down, on authority of Sergeant Edo.
Cool. You log all that. As you're logging that, obviously the satellite is like, message received, transmitting, sort of. It's going to send it off to somewhere else. A little bit like it's the sort of thing that might take a day or two to receive a message back. But SOPs are SOPs. In terms of searching for other sort of contacts, doesn't look like you're not picking anything up on any frequencies. There is no Wi-Fi or whatever sort of network or anything in the area. The only things sort of operating around here at the minute that you can find are the mules contacts and that kind of stuff, and then you've obviously got logs of when you remote access things behind you, and but there's no options, no new pair with new device. You could be a while away from things that you might be able to connect to or bypass or that kind of stuff, but it's definitely not a big kind of thing. So maybe there's nothing, maybe it's just an abandoned stuff.
Sure. The stunt I've got, I think I'm going to use to make it visually very impressive what I'm doing. Okay. Show it off in front of the Sarge.
Sure. Yeah, looking pretty competent and on it and efficient and unable to say, no, there must be more information. No, I've done it. Okay, cool.
I've always said, Jonesy, that once you actually pay attention and do your job, you're good at it. Stop dicking around with other things and you'll make a good Marine.
Yes,
good commando. Sorry, you're
just squaddies. You're just engineers. Good soldiers.
You'll be a good engineer.
Good soldiers. Good engineers. Yeah, you're not the fancy pants. Whilst you've got your holo tab and your maps and everything out, Sergeant Edu can make a would it be wit survival, I think. And I believe like your bits and pieces would give you at least +2 on this.
A wits survival with a +2 bonus for the gear.
I think at least, yeah.
Bloody hell, 3 successes.
Okay. So you're going to spend, it's going to take a little while for you to work this out and plot it out. So we'll, up on the ridge is Sutton and Taiwo. Sutton, is there anything other than watching are you going to do up there? Do you want to maybe sneak down and get a bit closer? Do you want to, this is all a mountain over a molehill, sit down, have a brew?
Yeah, I think he is going to sit down. He's just going to keep his eye on the others, the other 2 who are probably disappearing off into the woods at some point. But otherwise, yeah, just casually keep an eye on the tower, this unexpected thing. And then just probably make Taiwo do most of the watching, actually.
Oh, okay.
And sit and just direct him.
Yeah. All right, so Taiwo stands there watching. You can see they're a bit on edge, a bit narked as well, but mostly just like, okay. And there's a little bit like, he sort of takes a moment, sees you're sat down, is like, is it better to do your watch when you're sat down?
Okay, second angle. You got the high angle, I got the low angle.
Oh, yeah, okay. And you can see him, like, he's fidgeting with his rifle. He's not comfortable carrying, like, he's not long out of like, training. This is the first time he's done any sort of extended kind of exercise where he's had to carry, do all that kind of stuff. So and there's very definite, like, he's looking down at you to see Sutton, very experienced, relaxed sort of soldier versus new sort of hospital corpsman. Kind of.
Careful, you're pointing that.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm sorry.
The safety is on, isn't it?
I'm just used to, them. This is the first time I've carried live rounds. I'll be honest. So
right. Well, make sure the safety's on and keep your finger away from the trigger. You know the standard rules.
Yeah. And he takes a moment and he checks, and then, he does that thing where he sort of body shields himself and checks again. Looks, readjusts things, but we watch this thing and we wait. Gibson and Willard has got himself all squared away. He's very upset that he's had to throw away his cup of tea because he'd only just made it, but
I'm drinking it.
Yeah, you handed it off to you. It's like, oh, you might as well have that. But yeah, Gibson, Willard, very accomplished in this kind of environment, same as yourself. Like you're like a forward observer, sniper sort of chap, and there is a comfortable but professional kind of level here where he'll accept that you are slightly more of a soldier than the other 4, and heads off with you. What is you as the player? What is it you're trying to find out here?
You just want to get a better view of what's going on in that camp. Are there any people moving around? I mean, I assume it's just abandoned. But in the back of my mind, I have this nagging feeling that maybe it's not.
Maybe it's not.
Who knows? Like pirates, something, I don't know. So just to see something else, because if all I can see is just some floodlights in the distance, that's not a lot to go by.
So we make this kind of like sort of, I guess it's like a perimeter distance kind of sweep around, and if we're camping at what would be 6 on the clock, we move around to sort of like 3. We call it sort of move around. Willard doing quite a good job of making sure everything is he's got his head on a swivel, if you will, and as you kind of keep on eyes on and move around. when you get to like breaking what would be the tree line, this sort of corpse of wood, this area, you can see there is it looks like a forward operating base. These in the distance, quite far off, you're still 4 or 5 kilometers away, even though you've sort of come around. But you can see this forward operator. You can make out these sort of shipping container style pods that they will bring down in some sort of airlift down from one of the ships and just drop onto places. There are a couple of floodlights around, and it's been, walking quite carefully, so it maybe takes you about half an hour, 45 minutes to cover these 2 kilometers around. So the sun is dropping,
Okay.
and almost sort of on a timer or on some sort of sensor, when ambient light drops below a certain level, these floodlights just kick in, flash. So while you're there, you can make another observation roll, see if we can pick out anything else.
Hold on. That's on my stress line.
Mm-hmm.
That's 2 6s.
Okay. So yeah, the lights kick on. You're ready for it. Doesn't mess up. It doesn't blind you if you're looking through the sight on your rifle or binoculars or anything like that.
I think I've got a scope, like a specific.
Yeah, he has a specific scope because he's
spot the scope. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, as you're looking through, you can see there are a number of buildings around a. Looks like they've thrown gravel down to make a courtyard kind of thing. There is most of them are the sort of drab olive green, couple of 2-story ones, something that is a story and a bit. So you'd think maybe it's a vehicle shed or a hangar if they've got a light craft or something in it. And then there is one off to the side that is white. Typically this would be a medical thing when you've seen these. So let me just go back and count. We've got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 drab olive green buildings, 1 small white building, and this gravel quad, all lit from these 2 and a bit story floodlights that cast over the area. In the middle of the gravel area, you can see a figure. And as you zoom in with your scope on this figure, you can see it is very clearly an android. And it's very clearly an android because it's a working Joe. Has anybody played Alien Isolation? Yeah? Okay, so there's 2 types of android in the alien world. There are the ones like Bishop that and Ash, yeah, that look like us. Is it Ash? Have I got the right one?
Ash and David, yeah.
Yeah, and ones that look like us. They're Wayland.
Is Ash the female one from?
Ash is from Alien.
Alien.
Ian Holm.
Yeah, Call is the one from 3. Call is that one.
Okay.
These ones all look like us. Like, it is almost impossible to detect an android just by looking at them. They're the Weyland-Yutani androids. Steegson make a working Joe. And the USP, the special thing about Joes is you always know with a Joe because they look like a little bit like Crichton from Red Dwarf, or a crash test dummy. And they are very much designed so you know they're an android. Also, They are not as intelligent or as individual as the Weyland-Yutani ones. They all operate on a server, so they're tethered to an Apollo server usually, and they'll do specific tasks and that kind of stuff. This Joe is wearing like a green coveralls, like army coveralls, and he has a brush, and he's just sweeping the gravel. Just stood in the middle of the things. You look down, like you scan down him. He's got little piles of gravel either side of where he's sweeping. Like he's been doing this for a couple of hours at least. He's not moving, and that's the only sign of life you can see in the area.
I'd report what I'm seeing.
Okay.
Mention the malfunctioning android.
You have the opportunity, so it's entirely up to you. I'm not suggesting there are conflicting personal agendas in this group. If you want, you can talk to individual people rather than open groups. So if you want to, by all means, share it with everybody. But if you did want to sort of tell one other person, including Tyone, you might want to team up with the nurse, but you can just tell specific people, even though you're far away. But you can group comms. So you just report in, I've found an operating base.
I will, yes, and I will stress that seems to be empty other than a malfunctioning android. I think it's safe to assume that this is dead and we can just move on.
No, total reverse, total opposite. We need to go and investigate that. That should not be here. So we're going to go and take a look.
That's not our job, right? So
Willard,
we should just do our thing.
Willard,
and we can leave this here.
He pushes you and goes, "That's a vehicle bay. There could be a wagon in there. We might not have to walk this if we shut up."
Yes, my when he says that, my eyebrow will raise.
Like,
and I remind you also,
that is not a bad idea.
You're in the military, and there's a chain of command. So the four of you make your way back here. We're getting everything packed up, and I've worked out a route. We'll walk there now and go and investigate it tonight. Go and investigate straight away. And Jonesy, I take it you've got all of that. Add an addendum to that sit rep.
Sarge. I addendum that. While I'm doing that, outside of the Sarge's view, I'm policing up Tawo's area and gear so it doesn't look quite so messy and it looks a bit more organised, and so he won't get in trouble.
Oh, okay, nice. So it's a shit thing. But yeah, Willard sort of gives you a dig on the way. It's like, just don't back down the idea we could get a wagon and not have to walk another 500 miles.
No, absolutely, yes. I didn't think of that. I just, wanted to go back to camp and rest for the rest of the night.
But think about it.
Sure, that'd be faster. Yeah,
we wouldn't need to rest as much if we were if we had some sort of vehicle. Could be a aircraft. Could just be a quad bike. All the above is good in my book.
As long as it can carry the 6 of us, that should be fine. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure we could take turns.
Yeah, but then what? We have like someone riding after the vehicle. I say Johnsy. He should get some steps in, I think.
Yes, it definitely needs a step count.
Yeah.
So, although he's a bit, it's a little bit stressful finding this kind of thing out. There's nothing happening. He's quite chill. Sutton, as you're watching out with Tayo, who's thing, and these lights kicked on a little bit, split screen as when Gibson and Willard arrive at a point and start looking. But there's like the lights kick in, and then there's a whole bunch of like birds and stuff that just kind of fly off from the woods. But that's about it.
I will look in that direction, see what may have startled those.
And we
Do I notice any movement on the ground?
no, just the birds and the androids.
Okay.
Ain't nobody around.
Can I just check something?
Yeah.
So where we're camped,
Mm-hmm.
there's a hill, and then I'm assuming that the lights on the far side of the hill.
So if you imagine you're camped here, there's a hill, and then it
Yep.
goes down into a bowl. There's a copse of trees, and then further on there is where folks have spotted this forward operating
Okay.
base, and then it carries on further round from that and goes into some mountainous terrain.
Okay. So, can we see the glow in the camp? Can we see the glow from the lights over the brow of the hill? Does it make the...
Not now, it's not dark enough, but you imagine if it got into the middle of the night, definitely.
Okay, but we've not seen lights on the horizon over the last few days as we've walked to this point.
No.
Okay. So I shall say to Joan, just chatting to Jonesy, say, I don't think those lights were on last night or the night before. We'd have seen it, surely. So that means it's just turned on tonight.
That's a bit worrying, isn't it?
It's a guess, educated guess. But...
Well, depends on the lie of the land. I mean, obviously, the radio signal didn't seem to be blocked, so there's not a lot of valleys and peaks, if you know what I mean. But so we should have seen it. But there are trees. Just have to keep our wits about us, won't we?
Yep.
Shall I pack up the other guys' kits while we're back?
I'll give you a hand, and while the others are walking back, I'll help Jonesy pack up everyone's gear so it's all packed away, ready for them. We just then grab their packs and we go.
Okay, so take some time. We pack up. Everybody meets back up at where now most of the stuff is back on the mule and campfires have been put out. Willard is sad because there's no chance to brew up again.
Pass him a cup of tea I just made at the last minute, so he can at least take a swig.
And hand him the dregs of a brew.
So how noisy is the mule?
It can be quite noisy whilst it sort of struggles over bits of terrain. It's not perfect. But what you'd normally do if this was a sort of contact situation is you'd pick an RV spot, park the mule, and you take off your big heavy kit and just go in your webbing and your rifles and stuff. You wouldn't hump in with your backpacks and that kind of stuff. You might have like a small day pack, like Tayo and Jonesy would have small packs with medical kit or that kind of stuff. But you'd park the mule up somewhere, maybe a kilometre away, and then you could also set a second RV for the mule to make it to it. You know, like for the it's all gone to shit.
So the mule's got its own autopilot. To
a degree, you say like it's got the map of Salisbury, and you can set like a geo point for it to go to. Sometimes the AI is not good enough to get there promptly, and you might have to wait a little while. But that's typically like when you've just gone, see it in 10 miles. If you're only setting it for like a couple of kilometres, a couple of miles away, it's normally quite good. What would concern you though is this isn't on the map, so the mule wouldn't know about it, and it'd have to then break down into its auto sort of navigate what's going on here, and that's all the hinky bit. That's the bit where it doesn't do well.
So another question. I've looked at the map and the route we were planning to take. How much of a diversion is this potential fob from the route?
It's not too much. You tend to like cut around the hill that Gibson and Willard went around. This is, instead of taking that nice round route of mostly the same altitude, this is going to have you drop down, cut across, and then come back up. So it's not perfect. If you want a easy walk, it wouldn't be a detour. if anything, like as the crow flies, it's probably going to save you a little bit, but the crow doesn't have to go down the hills and then make the ascent.
Okay. Well, I was on Navigator's to about a kilometre away as find something as a potential RV, leave the mule there, and then we'll proceed on our packs, and we'll proceed on foot.
Okay, so we walk through, we sort of skirt around the edge of the thing, find a kind of secluded place to tag, mule, stay put, leave it all there with your things. You can set up the standard kind of alert me if you have to move notifications that will ping up on Jonesy's kit. And, then, and is it six soldiers pepper potting the way forwards? Is it split up and flank? Are you going to send the sniper and the forward observer up to a place to watch?
I think we'll. I don't think we need to go in an extended line or anything. We'll just advance in as a squad, but with I think right. Who wants to volunteer to take point? Ask for who volunteers to take point.
Tayo says me.
No, you're a medic.
No, I can do it though.
No.
He looks at you, Sutton, with like, no, and when you don't immediately be like, no, you should do it, he then just sort of stands at the back.
I stand with him and kind of just subtle encouragement and, you'll get your turn, mate.
I can do it though.
Yeah, I know you can, mate. We've been going through it, haven't we?
Yeah.
All right, Sarge, I'll take it.
Okay, so you take point. I'll walk slack and direct you with navigation. Willard, you bring up the rear.
All right. So Sutton, you're going first. How are you feeling when you're heading down here? Are you doing it pretty chill? Are you stressed?
I think, pretty chill. I think at the moment he's feeling somebody's put a fob down they didn't tell us about. What a surprise. We didn't tell us about everything.
Yeah.
So he's thinking this is just another mix up, the cock up of this chicken shit outfit.
So you head down. Would you like to make I have to remember this character sheet, mobility roll to try and sort of come at the most strategic way? You're not bothered? Would you like to make a stealth roll to sort of sneak in if somebody was watching? Would you like to make an observation roll to try and work anything out? Or are you just happy to see what happens?
I think he'll just be chill to start with. As he gets a bit closer, do an observation, see if you can see anything that he actually should be worried about.
Sure.
Millie, I'm sort of guiding. Does that give him an assist on that?
Yeah, you could have a +1 from that.
Just while he's rolling that, Millie, can I ask a very quick question?
Yeah.
Do we? The Three World Empire? That's what it's. 3 World Empire military.
3WE.
Do we use working Joes?
No. 3WE doesn't really have, like, the Americans have like synthetics as warrant officers, but that's mostly like an honorary rank they give them because they're specialists. Like they often do maintenance or that kind of stuff. Plus, the Americans are often in deep with their companies. Three World Empire is mostly people. Don't always. It's not unheard of, but you certainly wouldn't have one to do your housework and your block admin.
Okay.
Like you would never have been on a forward operating base and had a Joe to do that kind of stuff. That's what the privates are for. That's what the other, that's when you're in the shit, you have to clean the toilets. Don't be the one in the bottom of the pile,
Right, everyone, keep frosty on this, because that working Joe, that just makes me suspicious of this. Something odd is going on. That's got that itch on the back of my neck going. So everyone, keep an eye out.
Rogue call.
I don't know, but everyone keep watching around. So
okay, that sharpens.
Willard keep watching our rear, and Gibson, Jones, and Tayo keep watching the sides.
Okay.
Dodge.
I should do my.
And also, we're in trees, so look upwards.
Tayo immediately looks up. Absolutely, like if he had a stress counter, that would have added 2 on. Like immediately terrified.
Okay.
So Turbo.
No successes on my observation.
Okay.
But as Sarge is pointed something interesting, I will try and push it.
Okay, I was going to say, do you want to push it? So increase your stress level by 1.
So I get a stress die.
Scoop up what you need to reroll and try again.
Excellent. Well, I got 2 successes, but I rolled a 1 on the stress die.
All right. So we're going to make our first panic test.
Excellent.
Pick up that D6 and just roll 1 D6.
Okay. Oh, 6.
6. And then your stress level is 1. So we add that number to our current stress level, which is now 7. Well, 1. So that gives a total of 7. Okay. It's a good job you're by yourself, because 7 on the panic table is a nervous twitch. Your stress level and the stress level of everybody around you goes up by 1. There's nobody else around you, so it's good that you're separate. But you can feel I'm not sure what it is on Sutton. Something sort of like his eye twitches, or maybe his trigger finger on the shotgun gets a bit.
I think he's just got a stream of obscenities running constantly, and he's it's like fucking Sarge. He's always pushing me into the fucking stupid chicken shit.
Well, okay, what you see might explain what you start with, that like expletives, that the verbal twitch, if you will. As you come round, the approach you've taken brings you past a 2-story block, and as you kind of come round the side, the ground floor of this block is completely glass, or plasteel, or whatever it is, the sort of thing that is clear. And this would be a mess hall and a rec room. And you can see there's been some sort of fight in there. Full on brawl. Tables are flipped. Things are everywhere. And it looks like the sort of soft seating and the furnishing area down at the far end. Cushions, stuffing everywhere. Food, all it looks like absolute carnage went off in there. But as you're sort of taking this in and like, what the motherfucker, swearing and that kind of thing, you can't see any people. Like, there's no bodies in there. Like, somebody has just gone in and trashed the joint.
Any signs of blood?
Not that you can see in like the end that if you go in,
hearing it from one corner.
Yeah. So if you imagine you're just, because you don't want to go in to like walk in the middle of the gravelled area, and everybody, the way the thing is set up, anybody in that middle area is visible from all the buildings around it. As you sneak in through one corner, sort of sheltered by the closer and that kind of thing. Can't see any blood. There's no pools of like blood on the floor, but everything in that sort of mess area that then butts into a rec area that you can see there's a big screen and stuff going on. Trash.
Shout
Sorry.
call back to.
Have you scattered ahead, or are we all with you?
No, this is while Sutton's still ahead.
Yeah, just me up there. So I'll on the comms, Sarge. Yeah, some weird shit's going on here. The wreck, the mess. It's just trashed. Someone's been, I don't know. Everything's flipped. Can't see anyone. No signs of
hold your
injuries
position.
or bodies, but
hold your position. We're coming to you.
Roger. We'll keep an eye out.
And then I'll lead the other 5 up to join Sutton.
Okay.
I'm going to keep an eye on that Joe as well, because he's now starting to freak me out.
Yeah, he hasn't acknowledged your existence. Hasn't stepped forward to sweep a new bit. He's just stood in the middle of the thing.
He's not trying to do anything particular. He's just repeating the gesture until he's like swept the gravel away.
Yeah, he's not even doing a very good job of sweeping the gravel. He's got this corn broom just sweeping stones.
Do we get to Sutton?
Yeah, you all move up. There's this little huddle of 6 soldiers on the edge of a base area.
Sorry, just so we're just so help visualize it.
Mm-hmm.
We're by the building that's the rec room.
Yeah, it's a 2-story building.
Yeah, and round a corner we can see the Joe.
And so if you imagine there's a square.
Yep.
The Joe is in the middle of the square.
Yep.
On the top side we've got this wreck and mess 2-story building. The bottom floor has got all glass windows. The top floor we haven't really looked at. There's like a balcony and you can see doors on it. A set of steps that go up on the side. The other side of here has got another 2-story building that familiarity would tell you, like the mess and rec room have billets above the top.
Yeah.
This 2-story building over here, more billets. Opposite the mess hall is this 1.5-story hangar vehicle bay. And then at the far side is a medical building. And now you can see just off from that is another smaller building, 1-story, that Edo would recognise instantly. That's an officer's billet.
Right.
That's a commissioned officer. Like, you would never have had one of them yourself. You'd be in the billet with all the other soldiers. That's where the officer would...
Officer, yeah.
Yeah, so it'd have his office in there. It would have his room. It'd also have where he'd eat, because obviously you wouldn't eat with the squaddies unless it was a special occasion. And that... Yeah. So that's...
Okay. Yep, that's superb. Okay, so Sutton, you take Gibson and Tyro with you, and do a circuit going to the right. I'm going to take Willard and Jonesy with me, and we'll do a circuit to the left, and let's meet up by that medical building. Okay, everyone, as you get a view on it, check, keep half an eye on the working Joe in the middle. Just check it's still there. If it starts to do something, I don't trust androids. They can do some peculiar things, but we want to be able to talk to it. So if it starts to do anything aggressive, shoot its legs out so that the brain is still working. We can talk to it.
So I just did to Tyro in a "you'll be fine," kind of a private sort of hand gestures between us. You'll be fine. Just head on a swivel, and then weapon up and follow the Sarge.
All right, Jonesy.
So just...
You'd also know, like, this is a working Joe. It won't have much information in it. Like, even if Tayo fucks this up and absolutely shotguns he doesn't have a shotgun. Even if Sutton goes up there and shotguns it to the face, if you get into the server, that's where all the juicy information will be.
Yeah. Well, once we're separated and the two groups have gone their separate way, I will quietly in the sergeant's ear whisper, "We need to find a server. We need to find a server if we want to find any information." That basically is just a mouthpiece. You could blow its head off and it wouldn't make a difference.
So the server's not in it?
No, it's like Mother's on a spaceship. It's run by a computer like that. You can have a multiple on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Joes are not autonomous.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
But I'm keeping it quiet in his ear so that no one else knows, and the Sarge thinks I'm on his side.
Excellent. Yeah. Don't undermine the boss. Manage your NCOs. Yeah. Good job, WT.
Yep. Manage upwards and downwards.
Yeah.
So just so that's so Jonesy with myself and Willard have gone left, and then Sutton, Gibson, and Tyro have gone right.
I'll turn to Gibson and say, keep watch from the back. Yeah, let's keep the untrained in the middle between us. And I'll take point.
And turn around, keep an eye.
Yeah. All right. So we split off. Are we gonna meet up straight away and we can make some rolls, or is there anybody who's like wants to maybe check out some other rooms or stop?
Well, definitely look to see if there's like opened, half opened doors or anything like that.
Okay.
But I'm not going to
or bullet holes from any fighting or anything like that.
Yeah, anything that looks interesting. But
I'm also looking for any sensors or any cameras that might kick off the working Joe or...
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, sounds like we're going to make a couple of observation rolls all round. 2 options here. We can nominate someone in our team to be the person to make the roll and give them +1 from the other 2 people helping out. That information then is theirs to do as they will. If you want the information for yourself, you can all make individual rolls. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
Like this is a game where we might have conflicting motives. So we can but if you don't have any conflicting motives, or if you want to just pretend you've got a conflicting motive. That's always fun.
I will be quite happy to assist either Jonesy or Willard.
Okay. I'll tell you right now, Willard will fail the roll because that's interesting. So either you or Jonesy are making the roll.
Right. Shall I assist you, Jonesy?
No problem.
All right. You can have an extra dice from Willard.
Okay.
So that's 2 extra dice, yeah.
I hate Gibson, so I'm going to roll on my own.
Okay, so Sutton's going to make his own roll.
Oh God, have I put that? I didn't realise you do. I deliberately didn't go and look at who hates who.
No, I love it. So Sutton's going to make his roll. Gibson, you can make a roll, or you can just rely on your 2IC to alert you.
I would keep an eye on things on my own as well.
Okay. So 2 observation rolls from the other team, 1 from Jonesy. Let me know how it goes.
I have rolled. I want more successes than I've got, so I'm pushing again.
Okay.
So extra point of stress.
Extra point of stress.
Also because it's entertaining.
It is.
So 2 successes.
2 successes. Okay. And you're the ones you're going around the back of the...
We went left, whatever that takes us round.
Okay, so that's the way that's going to bring you to the officers' mess, officers' billet, and then to the... first aid.
Okay.
Sutton is going to go round the back of the mess, past the vehicle bay, and then to the medical. Yeah?
Yep.
All right, so Jonesy, how did you do? 2 successes?
Yep.
Okay, so looking out, paying attention with the Sarge and with Willard? Yeah, Willard. This way. Willard it seems like he's more concentrating on watching your back and making keeping you alive. Like he's got that sort of I'm the only one who knows what's going on sort of thing. So he's, scuffing boot marks and pointing out, should head to there and then to there. Jonesy, that kind of thing. As you move around, come past the sort of stairway that goes up to the first floor of the billets. On this first floor, just in sort of eye line, it looks looks like paint. It's not paint, it's blood. Has been poured down the stairs. But it's still kind of, it's got that sort of evening light, big floodlight sort of glisten to it. So it's not long gone. Still a bit claret rather than brown on the stairs. So can't see like anything in it, into like footprints or something. I remember we're like sort of moving our way around as you look up and make sure there's no one there who's going to shoot you. Look for like muzzles or anything. You can see that there's a big smear of red on the stairs. And as you kind of circle around, you also spot the door to the officer's billet is open. Only like, even, you know, these sort of like shunk things, it's about 4 inches open.
Okay, so I'm reporting each part of that as I see it, using the muscle to gesture if I need to.
Okay.
And sort of under my breath go, well, these lights on, it's like wandering through Nuevo Trafford. I expect to see a centre forward going past with a ball.
Nuevo Trafford, I love it.
Keep your head on the task at hand, man.
All right. So
let's check out the officers' quarters.
Blood in the billets, and the officer's door is open. Fire Team B, as you are, because obviously we've got the sergeant in one, so he must be Fire Team A. Fire Team B, how did we do on our rolls? How did Sutton do? Oh, I think you're muted.
Yeah. No successes and 1 stress.
All right, so let's make that panic roll again.
So you rolled a 1 on a stress dice?
Yep. And no 6s. Anyway. Right, so that is going to be 3 stress die now.
So you're going to roll 1d6 and add 3 to it.
Oh, yes. It's...
You got 3 stress already?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So the roll is a 7.
7. Still twitching. Something is really stressing you out here, Sutton. That means Gibson, your buddy Sutton, is looking real twitchy with that trigger finger on that his kit.
Yeah, but what's new, right? He always takes things too seriously.
Yeah, and that makes you more stressed out. So your stress level goes up by 1.
Every single time.
Every single time.
This guy.
But yeah, that mess hall, that fight in there, something's really freaked you out. Maybe Sutton. There's nobody to shoot in the face. Obviously, there's nobody to engage. But you don't spot anything, or the Joe doesn't move. The Joe doesn't register. You don't spot any sausages or anything around falling off a building. How did your observation roll go, Gibson?
Not a single success, I'm afraid.
Okay. So as you go around the other way, the Joe stays in place. You don't spot anything out. Outside the front of the medical building, you can see there is a static bike, a load of kettlebells, a weights bench that's got like a very heavy bar stacked and loaded. And yeah, it looks like some sort of basic kind of gym equipment out there. Static bike, kettlebells, weights bench, that kind of stuff. The door to the medical bay is closed. Yeah, it has actually. Now you've got this close to it, you can see the medical bay has the LaSalle Bionational logo on it, a company logo, rather than the standard Red Cross.
Would that ring any particular bells?
What do we know about this
parent company?
So LaSalle Bionational, they are they're like, unlike Weyland-Yutani that have fingers in every pie, most of LaSalle is medical or biomedical related things, from cosmetic surgery and exotic cosmetics to plague, colony sort of shots and medical to antihistamines and that kind of stuff. Performance enhancing. Tayo could probably list off a dozen things in their med kit that come from LaSalle. That's their kind of primary gig. It is unusual to have a LaSalle Bionational sponsored medical, but they have done things like, so when you've gone out to colonies, when there's been a disaster, they do have their reps out there because they sponsor colonies and that kind of thing. Agricultural kind of what's the word? Bioengineered plants is another sort of thing. And they do that quite a lot on different planets to engineer a type of wheat that will grow in a foreign, an exoplanet kind of situation. Or pest control, bioengineered. If ever anybody in Alien was going to make Jurassic Park, it would be LaSalle. That's kind of them. And they probably have done something like that for a big game park on something.
And are they involved in this our particular terraforming project or whatever it is that we're doing here?
This planet specifically is an army planet. This is a government planet. Yeah. There's no terraforming on here. There's no, like, this planet was picked because they could just drop soldiers on it and be like, right, well, just imagine your plane crashes and, your ship crashes and you've got to survive for 6 months. Bye. That's what they do for the Royal Marines. The Royal Marines are supposed to be able to deal with anything. And one of the anything is like, well, we'll see if you're dead when we come back. Bye. And if you're not, you can go somewhere else and we'll drop you on a swamp. And while they're there, they practice fighting in people's houses and sneaking up on outposts with turret guns and that kind of thing.
It makes no sense whatsoever that this particular company would be in this planet for any reason whatsoever.
No.
Okay.
No.
Pirates then.
Pirates, yeah. Pirates.
Yeah, it's weird. Why would they be here? I mean, no one's here. It's not like a colony.
Maybe they crash landed here.
I mean, the mess looks like a crash, but it's a full-on set of billets.
Tayo's with your group, isn't he? Tayo's like, well, if you want, we could just nip in while the Sarge is, and I'll have a look at the medical charts. It would take us 5 minutes. We'd go back. We'd have a bunch of.
Let me poke my nose in first. I don't want you jumping in there.
Bunch of information and like, we've solved the problem. We've solved it. We've solved the mystery, and we can. When we go back and meet up with Jonesy, we can tell them. He'll be happy and we can crack on. Just take me 5 minutes.
Just wait a sec. Let me have a look.
Okay.
Who knows what's in there? There could be some nutter in there.
Well,
I'll go up and
he does that thing. He's like, yeah. He hefts his rifle up and he's like, yeah, let's find the nutter.
Yeah, put that down. Pointing it at me again.
Just say, after Jonesy pointed out the bloodstains, I'll have put across the radio net, be aware we have found blood splatters.
Someone died. Something died.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, they're really unwell.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Right. Okay. Tyro, just keep back out of the way.
All right.
Gibson, keep an eye out.
Sure.
So Gibson's gonna guard outside. Sutton's gonna go in, and then he's gonna push Taiwo back a bit because you can't breach when someone's looking over your shoulder. All right, so that's what's happening there. In a sort of similar situation, what's happening at the officers' mess, at the officers' billet?
We're going to go and have a look in through the door.
Okay. Are you
I'll kind of gesture to people to take position either side, and in an vain attempt to show off to the boss, I'm kind of move forward and sort of low check, sort of doors and corners kind of thing.
Oh, corners and doors, that's where they get you, kid.
Mm.
Okay. So we've this maybe in the film there's a split screen of B squad and A squad both going into units, right? Sutton pushing this door aside, and it's starkly opposite. So the medical room looks like a raccoon has gone mad in there. Just looks like everything has been similar vein to the mess room. Absolute chaos, paper everywhere, yellow pill bottles all over the stuff, gloves thrown out. It looks like a very small doctor's surgery in this room. Not the full size of the building, yeah? Just, maybe only a couple of feet wide. It's got a workbench down one side, some cupboards, and then it looks a bit like a dentist bed. You know those sort of chairs, patient beds there. It's got hooks down the wall where they would hang clipboards and stuff. Clipboards on the floor. And then on the wall, so the external wall is the one with the bench. On the internal wall, there's a big glass window. And then it looks like an airlock. Through the window, you can see a lab. And in that lab, you can see like centrifuges, microscopes, and like the drug printers, like 3D drug, that kind of thing for bespoke thing. And then the very far wall, so this building is essentially split into three. You've got the surgery, the lab, and then you can see there's another door on the back wall. This is a big, thick sliding door. So it's about 2 or 3 inches thick. And you can't quite see it, but you can see a red glow of a readout on the top of the, high up on the ceiling. But just poking in there. So the complete contrast.
Sorry. Is that out of the lab?
So it goes surgery, lab, and then on the back wall of the lab, there is this thick sliding door.
Okay, so there's an airlock into the lab.
Yeah. But
the other door out is not an airlock; it's a sliding door, so it's actually part of the lab as well.
Yeah, it's part of the lab as well.
Yeah.
It's not going to let you out of the building.
Gotcha.
It's an internal door. The contrast is opening the door, Jonesy, to the officer's room. It's immaculate. It looks like the Mary Celeste, even to the degree on his sideboard, underneath like some sort of picture of, I don't know, it'd be like Sandhurst, future Sandhurst or something, this oil painting. There is a glass bottle of milk, a kettle, and a small plate of shortbread biscuits. And a selection.
Typical Rupert.
Yeah, like a selection of teas and a cup and a saucer, that kind of thing. A desk with a built-in terminal, small table and 2 chairs with, like a tray that's got some glasses and probably a whiskey bottle or something in the middle, or scotch maybe. And then a closed door, which if you've ever been in an officer's office, that's where his room and his personal space is. That's closed. But yeah, it's like starkly contrast. We've got Sutton going into what looks like a shitstorm of chaos. To the officer could just be in his room, like the way you looked at this.
When the sergeant and who's with us? Willard enter the room. By the time there's no alcohol in this room at all. Obviously, this guy's teetotal.
Oh, okay. So you stash this bottle, this bottle of scotch or something, straight into your pack. Nice.
Okay, I'm going to reach over and feel the bottle of milk. How cold is it?
It is cold, but it's not chilled. It's more like ambient.
Room temperature.
Yeah. It's been there for some time. And Willard's like, it's a great idea, Chief. Comes over and clicks the kettle.
No. The milk is not cold, so this has been done recently. Okay.
Okay, the only culture in this place is that milk.
Right. Let's back out and go meet up with the others.
Surge.
As you,
I will.
so Jonesy, as you sort of, there's not enough room really for 3 fully webbed up rifles, active, ready Marine soldiers to be in this room. So as you are sort of pushed to one area, you can see his terminal is not fully secured.
I make the appropriate hand signal for holding fire, and then to Sarge, had the terminal here is not being fully secured. Should I have a squiz?
Let's regroup with the others first and then do that. We're definitely going to do that. In fact, Sutton, we're at the officers' quarters. We've got an unsecured terminal. We're going to start. Jones is going to start and look at it. So you come to us.
Roger. The doctor's room is just trashed again, and what the fuck? Yeah. Okay, we're on the way.
Okay. That I think that we'll check medical second. Let's see what the officers, what his orders are. If we can find stuff out like that, and then we'll.
Right.
And sorry, have you reported the LaSalle? What was it called? LaSalle binational symbol.
I
No.
haven't yet. No. So
Okay.
I probably will as we're heading over.
So
I'll
before we
try to
head
relay
over,
that.
we do have a few moments, because obviously if these two things were happening at the same time, while Jonesy is stealing liquor and Willard is trying to brew up, you folks in medical have a few moments to yourself. Do you let Tayo in? Because he's like, I could, and he's like, is that nap relief on the floor, son? Can I? It's clear, right? And he begins to try and come in.
All right, be quick, Tayo. We gotta get over to the Sarge.
Okay.
But don't mess around too much. I mean, there's something useful you can see, grab it, but be quick.
Okay, so he heads in. Gibson, are you all right there, keeping an eye on the working Joe?
Yeah.
You wanna go in and see what maybe pocket some drugs, or are you all good?
No, I'm good.
Okay, just checking.
I don't want to get involved in that.
All right. While you don't want to get involved in that, you can make an observation roll. And Tayo, when he's in there, he like whistles, like, that sort of like, ooh, workman's whistle of, he points in the lab. So, and this stuff's expensive. Like, they don't put this on drop sets for normal bases. And
What is it?
He's picking up like, charts and bits and pieces. He's like, there's a full bio lab. It's a hot lab. Look, you've got to do the airlock and stuff. It's like.
What's it for then?
And
it's not just patching up.
He stops. He's like, you and the Sarge, you weren't told of like any viral or, biological testing or anything going on.
What?
Well,
no, it's just we're shitting, putting buildings back together. We're just engineers.
He's like, well, okay. Well, I'm just trying to work out why they might have a science lab with a airlock on it. And he's like,
right. Okay, well, let's get this reported to Sarge.
He sort of
out.
does that scooching down. He goes, I bet that's a freezer. I bet they've got stuff on ice in there. What's in there?
Shit, we don't want to know yet. If we got
and
biological shit in here, let's get out of it.
He scoops up all the paper, all the bits of paper he can, as you're pushing him out. How did you do on your observation roll?
One success.
Okay. As you're sort of watching out, the billets, the bed, the 2-story one that doesn't have the glass on the bottom, that Jonesy reported blood on the stairs, you see movement on the roof. Almost like something comes to the edge of the roof, watches, and then just backs off enough to be out of sight. Something's up there.
So I will point to where I saw movement, and I will report some movement on top of that, whatever tent that is.
Just to be clear, Millie, Willard will be outside of them. He will have been sent out first.
Okay.
So he'll be out. I'm sure he'll have failed his role because he's an NPC and not see anything because that's more dramatic. But
yeah,
just
absolutely.
just to be clear, he's out there as well.
Okay.
So and that's my. Tell me if my mental is wrong. I imagine that Willard and Gibson can see each other.
Yeah, you can see each other. You're almost like it's probably
So that's probably
easier for Willard to see Gibson because of like an offset angle of the place. But yeah, they can see each other.
That's probably who Gibson is pointing it out to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will just point my rifle up and say movement on top of tent 3 or whatever.
Yeah, movement up there. You watch for a bit more. Willard kind of moves. He's like, I can't. Are you sure?
Pretty damn sure.
No offense, but normally you're much further away from the things you can see. Is this like a?
That makes things easier to see, not harder to see.
And he's like, yeah.
I'm the expert. I know when things are moving and when things are not moving. I saw something on top of that tent.
Okay, so he's like, okay, let's go. I'll go and investigate, Sarge. No worries. And he heads off towards the stairs to get to the top of this building. And
Willard does.
Yeah.
I didn't tell him to do that. I told him to go and stand outside and keep watch.
Yeah, and he's going to go and prove that.
He's showing initiative.
Yeah, he's going to go investigate it.
Right.
Show that Gibson.
He's not doing what he's fucking told.
No, but he's the real soldier here. You all just nerds. And he's going to go off. And he does gesture to you, Gibson. Like, come on, let's go and sort this out.
Sure,
and heads towards the stairs.
And I will stay back.
All right, so he moves off towards the stairs.
Am I aware of this?
Yeah, you can hear them. Yeah, he's like, all right, I'll go and investigate, and heads off.
Where are you going, Willard?
Gibson's seen someone on the roof. It could just be some sort of creature. Could be one of the people from this building.
Okay.
You should go and secure the prisoner, apprehend the fugitive. I don't know who the fuck is here, Sarge.
Yeah, so exactly, you don't know what the fuck is going on. So stop playing lone wolf cowboy. Stay in where I told you to stay.
And he
Can I command him, please?
Yeah, no, you don't need to command. He'll stop. But he's like, Sarge, it's just somebody on a roof. They could just be hiding from whatever kicked off down here.
Yeah, okay, and we'll go and look in a minute, but we'll go with you having proper cover. And
I will take offense at that.
Yeah, he does that thing. He looks at you. Willard looks at you, Gibson, and is like, well, Sarge agrees. You're not very good at your job. And stops. Like, he doesn't say it on the open radio. He's not like taunting you in front of everybody, but he's saying it enough, Gibson, to...
Yeah, he makes a gesture and gives me a look.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Tayo is like, does somebody... Tayo's got all the stuff, and he's like, what, there's somebody around? What? And he looks at you something like, do you want me to stay here and read this stuff? Do you want me to come with you?
Regroup. Let's regroup. Sarge wants us all together.
What's taking so long?
The damn medic's got his nose in some drugs. On our way.
For fuck's sake, get him under control and get over here.
I boot him out the door.
All right, so he's got like clipboards, bits of paper and stuff.
Has he put his rifle down and left it behind?
No, it's on a sling. Like, it's just hanging. It's on a sling. Like, but he's got all his stuff. And you see him head out. Him and Sutton head over toward past Gibson, past Willard, and you're all sort of stood outside. Or 2 of you are in the mess officer's room. 4 folks stood outside.
No, I've come out of the officer's room now.
So just Jonesy in the officer's room at the officer's desk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing's jumped off the roof to attack you. Nothing.
Right. Where Gibson, where did you see this? Which roof is it?
I pointed the roof.
Yeah.
That one.
So it's the 2-story, completely billets building, the one that you kind of came around the back of.
Okay. The stairs up to that building is where we saw the blood.
Mm-hmm.
So let's be a bit more cautious about this, a little less gung-ho, Willard. Right. Jonesy, how are you getting on?
Shall I make the dice roll now?
Yeah, make a contact roll.
Sure. So +2 dice because of my diagnostic device.
Yep.
+2 stress dice. Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay, so that is 5 success.
Nice.
And a 1 on the stress dice.
Okay, let's see how your stress dice does. Make your panic roll.
6 final number.
All right, that's fine. All keeping it together. How many successes was it?
4.
4. All right, so obviously you can get through the basic kind of.
Oh yeah, there was 4. Yeah.
Are you the officer that's supposed to be here? We won't ask why that's so easy for Jonesy to hack into an officer's terminal. Maybe we shouldn't know. This is Officer Michael. So let me get his rank right because obviously ranks are important. Lieutenant Colonel Sunabura of the Royal Marine Commandos. This is his terminal. There is a lot of data in this kind of thing that with a little bit of time, you can sift through and find some stuff out. But you have got 3 successes above what you needed. You only needed 1, so you've got 3 extra successes. One of them, I might suggest, now you've got access to Sunabura's desktop, you can just access any terminal or anything on the base. I'm
good for that.
Yeah, you've got the codes for everything. So if you come across a terminal or one of your squad comes across a terminal, you can just be like, yeah, you didn't change the basic code, enter 4 zeros, and I'll log a report when we get back to that kind of stuff. But there are 2 other questions you can ask. That immediately two questions and some stuff, and we'll work out what things immediately sort of spring to Jonesy's mind on there.
I'm tempted to use one to do it quickly so I can do a quick search of the room to see if I can find anything else worth nicking.
Okay, yeah, sure, absolutely. So you've got the logins and you do it. It's so easy. You've got time to sort of scoot around and see if there's any other goodies without the Sarge or anybody else knowing. Which leaves us one question. One stunt. Sorry, I shouldn't say question. One stunt you could use.
Just to remind you, I asked you to find out what the fuck they're doing on the planet.
Yeah. That's the question that was. That was
specifically what I asked you to find out. Just to say.
Oh yeah, thanks. That's worth reminding just in case because I have a memory like a goldfish. So that's fine. Basically, what is this base here for? What are they doing here?
Okay. Quick look. You've got. I guess it's some sort of rendezvous. Or order of battle, order of operations sort of document, and it's labelled Project Invictus Schedule.
I will report that as I'm going through that. I'll blurt that to the Sarge straight off.
They arrived here. Their arrival is not long after you, but enough that whatever your bus ship, like your RV ship, the drop off was out of system. So it's a couple of days after, so nobody would know they've been dropped off. However, it is a Royal Marine. It does have Royal Marine Commando authority, and their collection, their pickup, is in about a week. Today's date. Or rather, if you have a sleep, because we're getting into night and it's getting dark, tomorrow's date talks of field test 1. And in a couple of days' time, 3 days' time, it's live firing X. So they're doing some sort of field test weapons testing. And in about 3 or 4 days' time, the live firing exercise.
Do we have a list of the people in the base?
Yeah, so Jonesy could take some time and find that information. It doesn't have a roster here. This is just in the 2 or 3 moments where he logs in and he's like, what the fuck is going on? Schedule, Project Invictus. They arrived after us. They've got some field tests in the next couple of days. And then the live firing X is 3 or 4 days from now. Depending on when you count sleeps and that kind of stuff. And then in about a week from now, so 7 days or so, there's an RV pickup. And while so you read that all off, Jonesy, and then I've like a couple of, as you've took that in, like doing a bit of a Scotty sort of like, oh, it's taken me a moment or two to log in, Sarge, reading stuff. Oh, he's got a good file, that kind of stuff your old Sarge would not understand. And then you can, as you're relaying this, you've got a moment or two. What do you want to search for in this room? Anything in specific?
Alcohol, anything that's easily put around the network of who wants what.
Okay.
You need to. I can absolutely get you that.
Okay.
I seem as a bit of a spiv.
Yeah, a bit of contraband, a bit of that kind of stuff. Okay. So as you sort of potter around this room, obviously there's loads of tea. These biscuits don't look like they've come from any old ration pack. They look like they've been baked on site. Nice. Somebody, real. They've probably got real butter in there. You open it up. He's got a fridge. There are some bottled water. That kind of thing. Nothing immediately like off planet stash in your kit kind of thing. He doesn't have a 6-pack of Aspen or anything in there. Glancing into his room, like his bedroom, his personal space is all sort of made up very nice. But you can see on the far side there's a shower, and he's got a lot of fancy toiletries in there. So that, like nice shower gels, real toothpaste, new toothbrush. He's probably got a electric razor and all that kind of stuff.
If there's spares, I take the spare.
Okay.
As in the unopened one.
Yeah.
Leaving there is toothpaste there. Yeah. But grab the easy, immediate. That would be good for somebody. Keep it quick. I'm kind of probably doing shuttle runs between check there, go back to computer, dump a batch file on it from my contact device to search for who's on base. Go over here, check that quickly.
Okay. So all right. So while Jonesy while Jonesy is multitasking and just relaying these bits of information, and every now and again goes, "Ooh, good firewall," or something like it's like strange sports commentary that he's doing. Those who've known Jonesy for a while probably know he's also in the cupboards or the drawers and that kind of stuff.
Way too much.
Yeah. 5 of us outside. Ty outside, you see, has got a bunch of paper and clipboards. And he's sort of scanning through them. It looks like medical charts and bits and pieces. And he's like, some of this stuff doesn't make sense, boss.
Right.
Give me a minute.
Now is not the time to be looking at that. Put that away and get your rifle in your hands. You're a soldier first. There's something unknown on top of that roof, and we're going to go and check it out in a sec. You need to be holding your rifle, not that paper. So put the paper away. We'll look at it in a sec.
All right. So he puts it all together, puts it down on the floor next to the door.
No, in your pack, idiot.
All right. It takes that kind of stuff. So there's a minute or two while he does that. Is our intention to leave Jonesy?
No, we're waiting for wait, and I will start hurrying Jonesy up.
Okay.
Have you relayed that is the office of a lieutenant colonel from the RMC?
I have, yeah. Those sorts of bits of information are immediately being bounced.
Right.
Can I ask a question? Whilst I'm doing my search, obviously Jonesy is doing this to see what he can get, to see what he can make from selling it to people. Is there anything weird that he spots? This is obviously a top secret flash drive type of a thing, or that piece of equipment doesn't look like it's something that should be a Royal Engineer or a Royal Marines officer's gear?
No, he looks fairly straight and level. The weirdest thing is the freshly baked shortbread. Like, even for someone on Salisbury, that's a bit like
pretentious.
Really, you're having shortbread made out here? You've brought somebody, or you've prepped beforehand. Really, you couldn't slum it for, what is it? You're going to be here 3 weeks, really? So, but everything seems standard 3-world
No worries.
army.
I'm just going to quickly step away, and Jonesy will finish once he's got the hurry up. He'll go on to getting the last bits of details, and I can maybe try to get back into nick anything else that's not nailed down later.
Yeah, you could just leave your device like downloading and collecting and sorting and that kind of stuff. You just leave your SSD there.
I might need that. So I think I'll just quickly do it and then leave the pilfering for later if possible.
All right, so
I will be back momentarily.
We give Jonesy the hurry up.
So once Jonesy comes out, Jonesy join Gibson keeping cover. Yeah. And then we're going to go back, the other four of us, go round and then go up the stairs and climb onto the roof. And see what's up on the roof.
So Jonesy and Gibson staying on the floor near the officers to get a sight line onto the roof.
Yeah, I think it's more near the medical because that's where Gibson seemed to have a better view.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to move back over to medical and look up. Yeah. And then you're going to take...
wherever they want to go, but somewhere that area.
Somewhere where when you get on the roof, you can be seen.
If I can find a spot that will give me the better, wider view of the camp, that's the spot I want to, climb up, whatever. And
you could back off a bit and be in a sort of place on the corner between the medical and this vehicle bay, and then you'd have a bigger view of stuff. Obviously, it's a longer run to catch up if it kicks off and you need to punch someone, but you'd be far enough away to be able to spot and shoot.
Okay, that's what I want. That's my job, I guess.
And I'm leaving Jonesy with him.
Mm-hmm. Two together.
Yeah, and then the other four of us will go. Now we're not going across the quad. We're still going round the edge, and the working Joe is just still standing in the middle of the quad, sweeping, just almost oblivious to us entirely.
Absolutely, doesn't seem to. You've even gone in and poked a computer, and he's not done anything.
No. Okay. So, Jonesy, I've left you with Gibson keeping watch on the top of the roof, more. Gibson keep watch top of the roof. You can watch Gibson's back, and then the other four of us will go up those stairs with the blood stains, and then get onto the roof, and I'll get Sutton and Willard to take the lead, and then myself and Tyler will bring up the rear.
Okay, so there's these stairs that's kind of double back, so they go from the front of the billets front, where you can see 4 doors on the ground floor. At the end where you are, they go up a level onto a balcony, and there's 4 more doors. And you'll know from like experience at the far end of the balcony is a ladder up onto the roof.
Where were the bloodstains on the?
So as you go up the stairs, there's a landing, and then you go, because obviously when you have a set of stairs, you have to have a break in case you're carrying someone down and you're tired. So there's a landing, and then that second set of stairs that go up to the first floor, those are the ones, there's like blood on there. Who's on point when we get to that position?
Sutton.
Just, Sutton, make an observation. Oh, okay. 2 choices. You can make an observation roll and I can tell you a little bit more about this blood splatter, or you can skate around it and just go straight onto the first floor.
I think he's a bit twitchy at the moment, so I think he will do the observation. Lots of stress. That's good. Observation, I get take a 3 stress. That's a bit better. I have 2 successes.
Okay. As you look in this, like as you move cautiously, you come up to see it. This blood, this splatter, you can see is because somebody has pushed over the edge of the roof somebody's sausages. like the insides of someone have been and splattered. You can still see bits of like internal organs on the stairs.
Sounds like, oh, stop. It's truth. Sarge, someone's been shredded here. There's,
Yeah.
Jesus, I think that's a kidney.
That's why I was trying to stop people like Willard running around on his own. We need to not rush this, guys. Okay, so we need to work our way around to where the ladder is up to the roof. Okay. Willard, you join Sutton and work as a pair. You move as a pair, and Taiwo and I will move as a pair as well.
Understood. Go on, Willow.
All right.
Start creeping up towards the stairs.
So
To a ladder.
we go up this, and we're going to go past the four rooms up here.
Yeah, but I don't know about the others. But as I'm going past, I'm covering the fucking rooms in case something comes out of it.
Yeah.
I will. I'll be on point, and I'll tell Willard to glance in the rooms as we go past.
All right.
Or in the windows and whatever.
So
Are there windows?
there are no windows on these doors, on these rooms. From experience, when you've been sort of situated, they are literally just like one room kind of cells. Yeah. They'll have a sink in them. They'll have a cot, some sort of locker. They'll probably have some sort of terminal that you could watch TV or, receive updates and that kind of stuff. They are pretty much sterile in terms of that. Up here, as you sort of move along, the first door is ajar, and on the door it has the name Dr. Norton.
I'll report that immediately to Sarge.
And the door's ajar.
Sarge, got a door ajar. Looks like the docks.
Have a glance in.
All right.
Sort
I
of
shall prod it open slightly with the
poke
barrel
in.
of the rifle.
We're close enough that this can be done verbal communication. This doesn't.
Yeah, I imagine.
Just
Like Edo and who's the other person you got?
Taiwo.
You're both watching down the stairs and up onto the seat. So you've got one of you watching down the stairs, making sure nobody comes up after you. The other one's watching the roof, while Sutton and Willard, who, Sutton is a salt marine. This is his bread and butter kind of situation, and Willard is a professional soldier. Thank you very much. This is they're going to do their job. So you will be able to shout at each other, but also you'd be able to sort of use comms to not, make it too loud and give too much over if you are being surveilled, if somebody is poking the face over and watching you. So there are options.
Yep. But, I mean, are we making much noise walking anyway? Because we're in big, heavy boots and it's probably metal gantries.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Okay.
Like,
I'll be covering the roof while they're doing it, and Taiwo I've told to cover back down the way we can.
Okay, so Taiwo's walking down the stairs. You're watching the roof. Sutton is close, and Willard is sort of cross too. If you are dragged in, he's close enough to drag you out, but also close enough to step around and Sutton duck kind of thing. The room, it shows like signs of struggle. Like there's been a fighting. The bed is knocked over. There's a bunch of like pedats and things across the floor. Some of them look like they've been crushed and stood on. Definitely signs of struggle, but nobody's dead. There's no blood. There's probably like, somebody's been punched kind of blood, but not the sort of blood that Taiwo keeps having to look down into, which is fortunate because Taiwo's a nurse, so he's probably seen it before. But also, there's been signs of struggle. this is very definitely a civilian room as well, because you can see like some t-shirts, or not t-shirts, but shirts and a med coat hung up in the open wardrobe, kind of the open locker.
Okay. Felder's report. Doc's room's been trashed. Probably struggle. Nobody here.
Move on. Carry on.
Okay. The
Moving up.
next door doesn't have a name on it and is closed. The next door doesn't have a name on it and is closed. As you get to like the second door in, you can see that at the far end, near where the stairs are, there's definitely blood on the last room, and the door there is open. Like something happened. Yeah. Whoever was in that room, and you can see it looks like there's, if you get the right angle, looks like there's blood that maybe somebody's been dragged up the stairs. As you approach, you can see that this last room, its door, the sort of wide open, so you can see it from when you're pretty far out. Dr. Josephson, and that's where the blood comes out of.
Right, got another doc's place. Looks like there's been more struggle here. Blood on the stairs, blood on the floor.
Oh, so
room clear.
One moment. Me and Willard will do the usual.
Yeah, so
approach.
Willard covers
Clear
you.
The room.
You go in. Again, absolute full-on fight has been in this room. Beds turned, blood everywhere. As you look, is that somebody's hand on the floor? And this raises your stress level by 1.
Lovely.
Yeah, somebody's literally had their hand ripped off. There's piles of blood. The thing that perhaps also raises your stress level a little bit, there has been no signs of gunshot. Like there's no shotguns, blasts, no bullet holes, no ricochet marks, nothing. Whatever happened here is up close and personal.
I will report that. So I say, Sarge, someone's been torn apart in here. No signs of a gunfire. Looks like, maybe it's a wild animal or something.
Okay.
And to be clear, to get up onto the roof, it's not a set of stairs, it's a ladder. Yeah. So somebody's got to sling their weapon to go up first.
So as the 4 of us get to the base of the ladder, I'll tell Taiwo to cover down the gantry. Yeah, and then I'll say to Willard and Sutton, right, I'll do it this time. I'll stick my head over the parapet. Cover me.
Roger.
Assuming this is all we've been hearing this over the radio, I'm going to gesture to Gibson that we kind of back away from the building a bit, so I can continue walking behind Gibson, but he can see up onto the roof as well as up the stairs. So give cover from.
You're on the other side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're on the other side of the quad with an angle.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. No problem. In which case, ignore that.
Yeah.
But it's
Gibson, can you see anything?
It's good that we talk about Gibson and Jones, because you are over on the other side of the quad, and you've backed off a bit. So over on your left is this medical facility that Tayo scooped up a bunch of stuff, and we back up so we're sort of in line with this vehicle bay. It's quite dark in the vehicle bay, but it is obviously a vehicle bay, and it's got this big shutter door that is 3/4 open, and it's dark in there. And you can hear on the radio, Tayo being like, "Yeah, he's right. That was a kidney, Sarge. That's a kidney. That's a bit of spleen. I think is that a lower, or that kind of stuff." And he's obviously doing this kind of nervous chatter. And there'll be at some point, Sarge will be like, radio etiquette or radio discipline, please. That kind of thing. And then you can hear Sutton being like, reading off names. So it's quite, you can just see on the other side, a couple of 100 meters away. Are you comfortable with this door being open and just ignoring it? Or do you do anything?
I mean, Johnson's supposed to be watching my back, but also I don't trust he's doing a great job at it. So I will just keep, looking over my shoulder to make sure that he's looking at the right spot and not paying attention to the wrong.
Pay attention to your arc, I'll pay attention to mine, boy.
Yeah. What I'm fishing for is, does anybody want to make any kind of roll? Because rolls are becoming dangerous.
Is there any way with my equipment to... I'm assuming some of these things have got like garage door opener type things. So without distracting too much, is there any way for me to kind of use mine, especially with the codes I've got, to try to remote shut the door from my position?
You definitely have to take a moment to like come down and play with your kit. So there's definitely, but you do have the codes, so it wouldn't be a roll, but it is very definitely a moment where you're not looking at what the Sarge and everything is doing. And if you don't warn Gibson you're going to start it moving, he might,
Sure.
jump a bit.
Yeah.
But it's
Whistler,
possible.
Whistler, I'm going to shut that door, okay? Just give me 5 seconds and I'll get it shut, and then I'll get back on watching. Keep your eye open, eyes on a swivel. And I kind of go down and quickly, as quick as I can,
Beep, beep,
shut
beep,
that
beep.
door.
Okay.
I'll be watching him from,
Don't watch me, watch out there.
You don't see that. You're working on that thing, and I will just...
No, but I know you.
Yeah. All right. So there's squad bickering, which is beautiful. And after a moment, like the vehicle shutter kind of judders and then closes, slowly drops down this 1.5 meters,
As soon as I've done what I need to do, weapon straight up, the SSD down on the sling, weapon straight up. Door I'm paying a bit more attention to just in case something bolts, but I'm also being aware of, because I can do my job, Gibson.
It's Willard who doesn't think you can do your job.
He just said as much. He just said as much.
All right.
I'm just going to ignore that,
So over in the distance, folks, we hear this shutter door roll. Just as the Sarge says, I'm the one who'll go up first.
Is that you guys? Is that you guys with the door?
I was about to say I would have said that open mic so that everyone is aware what I'm doing.
Okay. So Gibson, can you see anything more on the roof?
Can I? I'm going to check.
Yeah.
Oops. So I've got 2 successes, but I did roll a 1 in my stress die.
Okay. What is your current stress? How many stress dice do you have at the minute?
2.
2. All right. So we're going to roll a d6 and add 2 and see if that result changes the situation.
3.
3 total or
3 total.
Yeah. Okay. So it's fine. You got 2 successes. From where you are, as you can see these 4 soldiers, or maybe it's 3 and Tayo's still guarding the stairs, making sure that's safe.
No, Tayo's not guarding the stairs. Tayo's still with us, but covering back along the gantry.
Okay, he's on
on the balcony.
On a bungee cord, not too far from the squad. Baby Ness.
Yes.
On Toddler's leash. So you can see these 4 soldiers on the balcony. You've watched them watch Sutton and Willard do their breaching of rooms and that kind of stuff, and then everybody reconvene. Looking across the roof, keeping an eye on there. Whatever it is, or whatever you spotted before, obviously now is either it must be keeping low or keeping back, because it's not sort of breached the sort of building line. You can't see it. There's also like maybe a water bowser up there to feed down into the sinks and stuff. So maybe it's behind that. Looking around and just sort of keeping it. The Joe is still in place. You do sort of glance over to the mess hall, And for a brief moment through it, from this angle into the kitchen, you think you see someone move in there.
Someone's in the kitchen. I will say that with the radio. Someone in the kitchen.
Okay. We'll check this quickly and then come down. It could be that whoever's up here has jumped off while we made our way over there.
Okay.
I'm then going to climb up.
All right.
I've slung my rifle, but I've drawn my pistol.
All right. So you clunk.
Climbing up, but sort of
Yeah.
half holding on with one hand because I've got a pistol in it.
Uh-huh.
And then I will go over the edge, but sort of pistol pointed out.
Okay. We are gonna make. I think you're gonna make a mobility roll. Although, if you wanted, you could make a stealth roll. And
Stealth is just mobility, isn't it?
Is it? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Abilities.
Stealth mode is what my brain's. Stealth
Okay.
mode. So you're going to make a mobility roll, and I am going to make a different roll for the thing that is up there. And I will.
One success. I think I'm going to push that.
Okay.
So I re-roll. I take a point of stress, which
Yeah.
is my first point of stress,
Okay.
and I re-roll the 3 failures, and I got now 2 successes.
Okay. So.
Do I roll the stress dice as well?
Yeah, you can roll stress dice.
Okay. Still 2 successes.
Okay. So as you sort of cautiously climb and look over, further down the building, a little way off, there's like this trail of blood where Dr. Josephson evidently has been dragged up onto the building and dragged along the roof, down towards where the water bowser is at the other end. It just goes out of sight there. But back from where you are, and it hasn't spotted you yet, possibly because it's, I don't know, pulling out more bits of kidneys to fling over the side or whatever. On it looks like a guy, but he's on like hands and knees. Do you know what like a bear walk is? Have you seen those people in the gym do that? It's like on hands and feet, kind of crouched, like on toes. Okay. So he's crouched down and he's looking at something, and he's not spotted you yet. So you've got this moment before he's aware. He's got bored of waiting for you to come upstairs, or didn't think you were interesting enough to run at. And this dead doctor that he's got is more interesting. And it looks like he's pulling bits of it out, like he's inspecting parts of the dead thing.
Can I climb up over and onto the roof and then swap from my pistol to my rifle? Or is that 2 actions?
I think that's 2 actions, and we only have 1 sort of success over him. So you can get up onto the roof.
Okay, up on the roof and then covering with my pistol. Yeah,
okay. I think at that point we need some initiative.
I had a nice feeling you were going to say that.
Yeah. So I've got some cards here, and we'll wave them at each other. So who wants this first one?
Probably me.
I think it makes sense for the Sarge, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a 10.
Shit, I'm dead.
All right. I'll have this second one. I didn't stack this, and promise. That's his. Who wants this next one?
What was that? Sorry.
It was a 1.
Okay.
Who wants this? Who wants the next one? Who wants initiative? Or are we prepared to just stand by and let this happen? Who wants to be involved? Sutton. That's an 8.
I'll take the next one.
You want the next one?
Yeah.
That's a 9. I did shuffle, honest.
Oh, none of us are looking.
I'll go last.
This one is for there we go, for Jonesy is 5. And my other pair, my creature also, he gets 1 and 2. Oh no. Okay, so as you get up
Can
on
we
God,
call
it's so
Mulligan?
yeah,
Can we call Mulligan on
Mulligan
that?
and start again. All right, so
Do Willard and Taiwo get actions?
I'll give them 4. They'll both have 4.
Okay.
Just to keep things simple. I don't need that book. I need this book. For
Even the NPCs are going quicker than me.
all right.
Or should I say
pretty much
us?
everyone, yes.
So this thing, as you sort of land on, step up onto the roof, maybe you stand on a tooth, maybe you make a noise.
Crunch as I stand on something.
Yeah. Wasn't
Definitely.
quite there, but you are ready. Like you've got your rifle ready. You're not.
No pistol. You said I didn't have time to draw.
Okay.
Draw
Yeah. So
Got pistol.
you've got your pistol. You're on the roof. You are fully up in the right place. Where are we with his stats? However, his head flips. Like he looks straight at you, and you can see that this is he's definitely got a shaved head like a squaddy. His face is, it's quite dark. We've just got the flood lamp, so there are big shadows and stuff going on at this late at night. Looks like he's either he's been indulging in a bit of cannibalism, but all inside of his mouth is like red or black, dark, and his eyes as well. His pupils are huge, and he doesn't like stand up and run at you. He on his all fours, like gallops across the roof towards you, Sarge. So that's his first go. And where is his stats? Maybe I'll try and... Because he doesn't do a normal roll. He does a d6.
Oh God, he's got an effects table.
Regret not sending me on point again.
Well, I thought I should do the honourable thing and show some leadership, and
You will be sorely missed.
You will be remembered.
Wow.
For a bit.
It depends on how traumatic the whole thing is.
I shall just tell you now something which this is most relevant for Jonesy. I have a very expensive Rolex watch.
Oh,
He would have clocked that, yeah.
that'll get raffled off for your family. Minus a small cut.
It's actually a present from my dad, if I'm rightly.
Yeah. All right. So it barrels towards you. He barrels towards you. Okay. It barrels towards you and stops like half a meter away and howls, like literally screams in your face. And everybody, Sarge, Sutton, Tayo, you are the only... Yeah, Willard's not going to make... But you folks need to make a panic roll.
Oh, God. That's not going to go well.
Do we gain any stress before we make it, or just make a panic roll?
No, it just throws back his head and roars. All PCs in short range must make an immediate panic roll.
Unless you've got any points of stress, I don't think it'll make a difference. Without any stress,
I got
you
lots
can't.
of stress.
I have 1 point of stress,
So
and of course I rolled a 6, so I've got a panic
7.
roll of 7.
all right,
I
7.
actually managed to get a total of 6.
Okay. 7, you develop, like, I guess you're a bit twitchy or something, which again pushes your stress level up. So that's an extra one for yourself, but nothing too damaging there. That was him. Tayo and Willard, basically, like, what the, like, I think Willard takes, like, every moment to stop Tayo sort of pointing his rifle at Sutton. Like, Willard is like, the fuck, grabs the rifle, points him in the right direction, which is away. Still got to watch your backs, man. Like, concentrate. And does that sort of Sutton, don't worry, I've got him, kind of thing. Jonesy, I think, is next. So you hear this scream, possibly partly on comms, partly in real life. But as you hear that scream, on the vehicle bay, you also hear almost like somebody's double fist slammed the door. Bang! On the gate, on the dropped shutter.
I will focus on that area. Contact in garage, in vehicle bay. Currently contained.
All right, so you swing your rifle around to the front there. Double check you've sort of locked it on your digital display.
Yeah, I'm not completely ignoring other directions, but most of my attention is there.
All right. Our next one is 8, which will be Sutton.
Mm.
What do you want to do, buddy?
I have to try and help the Sarge. So sling my rifle, make it up as quick as I can.
All right, sling your rifle up the stairs. You'll probably get up the stairs and into like, and there is this dude. As you look, he is wearing like a pair of combat pants, olive green t-shirt. You can see he's got tags around his neck, but there's just something unsettlingly disproportionate about his build. He doesn't have any boots on. His feet look dirty and bloody. He's definitely like got red, black liquid all over his mouth. Mm-hmm. His eyes are huge black pupils. His hands covered in blood and viscera. It is like freaky.
Okay. He's going to go for his knife rather than his shouldered weapon.
Knife out. Excellent. Gibson. The vehicle bay just over to your right. There's something banging double fists up against the door. And there's a scream, and your boss and everybody else has just got into a bit of argy-bargy on the roof.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
So 2 things. Can I spot a vehicle in the vehicle bay?
No, Jones has closed the door.
Oh, right. We're outside.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a shot at the thing on the roof.
On the roof across the way with your boss?
Yes.
Okay. Ranged attack.
Yeah. So that's...
Thought process goes through Jonesy's mind. Jog Gibson, get rid of Sarge. No, that's a bit too much.
Javier?
Yeah.
Check the bonus number for your weapon as well. You've had that many dice as well.
Yeah, you'll have extra...
right. So +1 then.
Mm-hmm.
And also, if you...
fast action aim gives you +2, I think.
+2.
Yeah, so you get a slow action and a fast action, or 2 fast actions. You can take a fast action to aim to get, and then a slow action to shoot. So you get +2 dice on your attack as well.
+2 for the aim, +1 for the weapon.
So
+3 total.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't have enough dice.
Well, just roll your base dice, and then pick up 3 that don't get successes, and then roll them again.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. So hold on. I rolled my base dice, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So it's your agility, your ranged combat, +3.
I'm missing 1, so
Okay.
it's going to be this plus another one. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to re-roll this one.
Pretty well already.
Okay,
and then my 2 stress.
And then your 2 stress dice, yeah.
Yes. 2 3s. So
Okay.
4 successes.
4 successes. Nice. Excellent. What is the base damage of your weapon?
I think it was 1. Hold on. 2.
2. So the first success, one of those 4 successes, hits this dude and does 2 damage.
Okay.
There are a couple of stunts or things you can do with those extra dice. One of the most common one is just more damage.
Okay.
Yeah? and each success will be 1 extra damage. Other things you could do is trade an initiative with this thing. So you could swap your 8 for his 1 or 2.
I'd be tempted to have it fall pushed back over the edge of the building.
Yeah, another one is you could push it back. I don't think you'd push him back quite so far as he'd go over the edge, but you would create a gap between him and the Sarge, and he is quite close to your boss right now.
Yeah, like half a meter.
Yeah, he's quite close.
This distance.
So there's that. I can't think of any other combat stunts off the top of my head. He's not holding anything, so you can't disarm him.
And each one of these things is one success.
Yeah, so each 6 is 1 success, and each stunt costs 1 of them.
Okay.
So you have
I'm
3 successes to spend, because you have to hit him with 1 of them and do 2 damage.
Yeah. So I do like 2 damage with the first success.
Mm-hmm.
I will push him back with the second one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna swap initiative with the third one.
Okay.
So now I'm on 1.
You're on 1.
And with the fourth one, I'm going to... Can I push him again?
I don't think pushing is repeatable. Damage is one of the only repeatable ones.
Okay, so then damaged.
Okay, so you do 3 damage to him.
Yes.
Yeah, the only other stunt for range combat is pinning, and I don't think you could with the angle that we've got.
No. So this shot, and Gibson has a sniper rifle or something, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is like slightly higher caliber, slightly longer barrel than the other ones, and it cracks. There's like a big crack as it hits this dude. He staggers back, and you can see him sort of stunned for a second or two. On average, 3 damage will kill a man.
Okay, so I think like it looks like I hit like a vital spot, something that maybe the heart or the like dead in the head, but still moving.
Yeah. So on average, when you hit someone like this, it drops them.
Yeah. So it surprises me that it's not dead. Is the thing.
So everybody around there, when Gibson's shot doesn't put this man down, there is a moment of like, fuck. But Jonesy, the dude does disappear from sight, so maybe he's fallen over and died. I mean, you're looking at this shed that's got something inside.
Yeah, I haven't noticed it hasn't fallen down. I'm not quite laser focused, but I am very focused on the door and keeping an eye on that working Joe. Keep an eye just in case something's sneaking up behind Gibson.
With this first gunshot that flew, Joe hasn't moved at all. Doesn't seem to care.
I think the Joe is safe. It's not moving still, even with the combat.
All right. Edo, it runs up to you. It screams. You can, almost at the same time, Sutton like flies up the side of the building and has taken position just behind you. Gibson's got your back, though. There's a whistle of a round that almost flies right past your side into this dude. He staggers back. You hope he's dead, but he's not. He is just maybe getting himself up off the ground for a moment. What do you want to do?
I just check. Is there something in this system where I can issue a command to use my action to give another PC another action? So could I get Gibson to fire again? I'm trying to remember.
Command. What are you?
I know
it's not either of my talents.
I know it exists in the Actum Cthulhu system. I don't think it's in this. I mean, that might be what you're thinking.
Yeah. Okay. Millie, let's not slow. I've got another alternative, so I won't slow it down.
Yeah, I think it'd be under give orders. Okay. In command, slow action. You can bark orders at another character. They must be able to hear you, even if via comms. Roll command. For every success rolled, they get a +1 and they do the thing you told them to do.
Okay,
so it doesn't give an extra action.
It doesn't give an extra. Okay,
no.
Right. Okay, right. Leave that for a moment. Then what I shall do is, it's a free action to drop a weapon, isn't it?
Yeah, you can drop your pistol.
Right. I'm going to drop my pistol. As a fast action, I'm going to draw my assault rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And for my slow action, I'm going to shoot in full auto mode.
All right, cool. That's a bit stressful, so you get an extra stress for that
Yeah.
immediately.
And right. And then,
And then you get, I think, 3 extra dice from full auto?
no, 2.
Oh, 2. Oh,
So
2 extra dice and a stress dice, so it is...
yeah. Oh, sorry, I had the stress. Yeah. Sorry, yes. So my stat is that. My skill is that. I'm adding 1 for the rifle, 2 for the 2 for the full auto, and then 3 stress die.
I loved a few moments ago, you were like, oh, I've only got 1 stress. And now you're like, 3 stress.
Oh, no. Right, I have rolled a 1 on a stress die.
Okay.
I have 3 successes.
3 successes. All right, let's make your panic test, see if that changes anything.
8.
All right, so as you fire off, you sort of got the shakes. So any agility after this is -2.
After this?
Yeah. Because
Right.
the panic triggers this. So
Okay.
you've got your successes. It's not high enough that you don't do something else instead, but you now have the shakes.
Can I push this roll?
No, because you got a 1. You rolled a
Okay, I
1 on
thought
your
that-
stress
yeah.
dice.
Yeah, okay. Right, so I've got 3 successes, so that's 2 base damage
Mhm.
for 1. And then with the other 2,
Mm-hmm.
If I push it back even further, is that going to mean it's further?
You push him over the edge now. Yeah, 2 pushes will get him over the edge and knock him off the building.
No, because that could then endanger other people.
It'd be the back side of the building, the far side.
No, it's still in danger.
Do that horror thing where he falls out of sight and you don't know what happened. You have to go and look over the ledge.
No. That's exactly what I'm trying not to do. So I think I'll do.
Where's the drum?
Right. What I shall do is I shall swap initiative with him.
Okay.
I was going to suggest that. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know you could. I genuinely. I've run this game before. I didn't know you could do that with the creature.
Yep.
For a stunt. So I think I take the 2.
Yes, you've got the 2.
Yeah, and it's now got a 10, and what was the Gibson
8
on
and
it?
10. He's on
8 and 10.
8 and 10.
Lovely. Right. So and then I should do an extra point damage. So 3 points damage.
Okay.
And swap initiative.
A shot from Gibson and a round of full auto should put a man down. Even the most feral, I've had 10 pints of lager Scotsman should go down with this. He hasn't. But he's staggered back a bit, and you can see like he's not wearing any armor. He's not got Kevlar or Space 3 World Empire Kevlar, whatever that is in the future, nano weave or something. He's literally got his t-shirt and his combats on, no shoes, dog tags. You can see where it's ripped in. Blood is soaking up onto his shirt and his khakis. He's not gone down.
Can I just add something for flavour?
Yeah.
I shall just say across the radio, he ain't fucking you, and keep shooting him.
Yeah.
At the risk of not being friendly, not being popular with the rest of the group, if I recall correctly, if you roll a 1 on a combat dice on your stress dice, you also run out of ammo.
Oh yeah, you'll have to reload, Sarge.
Oh yeah.
Basically, you just let rip.
Sorry, is that on the stress die?
Yeah.
On the stress dice only. If you roll stress, then you run out of ammo on a
Is that
range.
as well as the panic test?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So I've wasted an entire clip into him. That's fine. I have 2 more.
Sensible, really. All right, so that brings us round to 1, which is Gibson. So you can't quite see this chap anymore because you pushed him back. However, you do hear full auto going on, and the door, whatever's behind the door, you can see a dent, like it's pushing, like.
That's not good.
Yeah.
It's getting through.
Yeah.
Look for cover, Gibby.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Let's find a better vantage point to shoot at the thing in the the vehicle bay.
So it might be just that you back up towards, so you've got the medical block sort of on your left, but like behind you. You've got like that hard cover behind you, so you know if it does.
We still don't know if there's one inside the medical building, right? Because we didn't inspect the whole thing.
You didn't look in the very far bit at the back, and you did before see movement in the kitchen.
The data you requested is now available.
Yeah.
That might be what your SSD says. Yeah. And you did see movement in the mess hall in the kitchen, which is the other building over the way.
So I put one hand on Gibson's shoulder and kind of, I'm looking one way while guiding him the other, or something. The military type of
you could
thing.
You could move and get to a safer position. So you just back up a bit, ready for yourself. Not sure this is going to be friendly. Edo, what are you doing on the roof? Number 2.
I shall. Reloading is a slow, so I then can't fire.
No.
You could drop your rifle, snatch up your pistol, and try that, but I'm not sure that would be much better.
Pistol's on the floor somewhere. We dropped that on the floor.
Yeah. Right. I'm not going to I can't give orders because that's a slow action. So I shall slow action reload. I'm going to move away from Sutton so that it can't engage both of us at the same time.
All right. So
okay, and then I shall because you Jonesy said across the radio that there's another one in the vehicle bay, haven't I?
Yeah. We know there's something in the vehicle bay. We know there's something moving in the kitchen, but we were going to investigate those later.
Yeah. I shall just say to the radio, everyone get to high ground.
All right. I don't know. The Sarge thinks it's going to get flooded or something. That's get up, get to high ground, get to safe positions, reload, and you sort of move sideways. Number 5, that is oh yes, go.
Okay, look around for somewhere for us to get up to higher ground. Locate a way up.
You could try climbing on top of the med lab, but you'd probably have to drag the workout bench closer, or you'd have to boost, where you do that thing where you climb up the wall. So Gibson could run, you'd boost him, you'd get up on the roof on his belly, pull you up kind of situation.
That works.
Okay, so you're going to get in position and be like, Gibby, on my head.
Come on, Whistler, up you go.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. All right.
Millie, you skipped over Willard and Taiwo, I think.
Oh, okay.
Are they climbing up on the roof?
Yeah, they were number 4.
Yeah, they're number 4. They can climb up on the roof, but they're probably just going to make sure nobody comes upstairs. They're going to keep defense behind you.
Okay, that's fine.
There's 2 of you on the roof, and you are, you're the IC and you're the most experienced 2 up there. There's just been some full auto. Do you really want Tayo on the roof shooting with you?
Entirely up to them.
All right. No, they'll maintain
I'm
position.
not entirely convinced that I'm a better shot than Taiwo, but anyway.
The early doors for us to be going into a defensive position.
Yeah. They're going to stay on the balcony and be like, I guess there's a level of like, what's going on? Should we come upstairs? What's going on? From Willard. And Tayo's like, oh, where's the safety? Just fucking, that kind of screaming chaos. Put it down. We don't need grenade. That kind of stuff. I don't think you have grenade, but he's shouting that kind of stuff at him. So there's a little bit of Laurel and Hardy on the balcony. 8 is this dude. All right.
I'm on 8 as well.
Oh, are you on 8? Are you on 9?
No, I'm on 8.
So
Gibson was on 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was on 9.
I think it's now got 9 and 10 in that case.
Oh yeah, it should be 9 and 10. I have just moved the wrong card. 8 then, Sutton.
Right. So how far back has this guy been pushed? Quite away?
Not a massive way. He's still sort of short range rather than close range.
Right. Okay. So as this is close, I will drop the knife.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you could run at him.
Well, I could, but I also have a shotgun.
You do.
It's only a fast action to grapple.
So I'm going to swing out the shotgun, and there's quite a lot of damage. So I'm going to
Is
try.
Is it on one of those cool like rope slings around your arm so you can just swing it up and catch it? Ching, ching,
Swing it.
Yeah. Oof.
I think they're called 3-point slings.
Yeah, that's it. 3-point slings.
Yeah.
All right.
I like this when it gets personal.
Yeah. Close encounters, as Frost said. Is it Frost or is it Hicks? I think.
Hicks, I think. Yeah.
All right. All right. You swing that round. You're going to make your ranged.
I'm going to take a shot. Ranged attack. So I get 8 dice for ranged attack, and I've got 4 dice of stress.
All right. And does your shotgun have any bonus to it?
Oh, it does. It has a bonus of 2.
Mm-hmm.
And if I hit, it does damage of 3.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Right. That's lots of dice. That's going to use of both hands.
If he was wearing armor would be doubled. He is not. He's wearing t-shirt and shorts.
Right. Ooh, that's lots of 6s.
Ooh, nice.
Nice.
There's a lot of 6s. And no 1 on my stress dice.
Excellent.
2, 4, 6, 7.
I know I brought you along for a reason.
7 successes, did you just say?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
What about the stress die? Did you roll any ones?
No.
No 1s.
Oh, nice. So this is a clean shot.
Cool as a cucumber. Sutton steps forward, swings up his shotgun, and just eat this. Eviscerate. Like this is more health than he had left.
Thank God.
If you've got all 6 extra successes, that's 9 points of damage, isn't it?
7 extra successes.
7.
No, 7 in total.
6 extra, right?
Yes.
1.
Yeah.
So you could do extra damage. I'll tell you, you won't need to put them all into damage. So
What else are you going to do with them?
If you did want to do
push the body for effect, right?
Yeah, if you did want to push the body over the edge, then we might not know if it's dead. Or put some distance between you or that kind of stuff. But it does. It kills him. Shotgun blast absolutely covers him. His body goes down. Perhaps part of his body hangs over the edge of the building. From the other side of the quad, you can see like this big flash of a shotgun shot go off. And he falls down onto the floor, mostly like ripped open and messy. It's a brief moment of quiet as in the now non sort of automatic fire, single sniper shots, that kind of stuff. Afterwards, you can hear a 2-fisted sort of clang on the vehicle bay echoing behind you as Jonesy and Gibson are scrambling up onto the top of a building. And as that, somebody runs out of the mess hall, screaming out of the thing, right across the quad towards you.
Take a target.
Yeah. Do you immediately just shoot? What do you do?
Is it close to my action?
1. It's initiative 1. It would be.
In which case, that's Gibson, I believe, and we're both on the roof, aren't we now?
Yeah, you can get up on the roof. Yeah. There is a person running out of the mess hall, basically towards you.
I know it's just before Javier speaks, because I've mentioned, obviously I did the whole target. I'm probably aware enough to go target 5 left, kind of doing the forward observer for him, not quite to the same extent. Obviously I'm not giving me any bonuses, but you know.
Yeah. But what do you want to do, Gibson?
What I do best.
Okay.
Take aim, shoot for the head.
Sure.
All right. Okay, this is a bit disappointing, but get another one. Nothing. And stress die. Oh, another one. So 3 successes.
3 successes. All right, so this person comes bolting out the mess hall, screaming. Do you want to spend all your successes on damage? Do you want to do anything else with them?
Can I do something to? So I can push him, but I cannot like push
Knock him
him down, like to the
You want to
ground.
knock him prone?
Yes.
I'm not sure if that is, but
I think you can.
yeah. I
Yeah,
think-
it takes a fast action to get up from prone.
Okay, but you want to.
So that would sound a sensible use of a stunt.
Yeah. All right. So you shoot them, headshot. You want to knock them over onto their ass.
Yes.
All right. They go over onto their ass and stop moving.
Whoops.
Well, it stopped them.
Yeah, over onto their backside. Just don't move. The Joe does carry on moving, sweeping the floor.
Okay.
Um,
Don't worry, Gibson. Nothing
That
here is
was like
friendly.
3 damage. That was 3 damage. Yes.
Yeah. Nothing here is friendly.
we have got.
Don't worry, Gibby, he was attacking us.
I mean, he was screaming, so instead of saying help me or
Be quiet, we'll say he was attacking us. That's what I will report.
Yeah, the
I'll
after
back you.
action.
Don't worry, I'll back you
After
up.
action report is going to say we were under attack. So this body is led on the floor, almost in the middle of the quad, not too, maybe a meter or so away from the Joe. We've got maybe a minute or so. There is this constant thumping against the metal of the vehicle bay. Something is trying to get out. It's not doing it very cleverly though. It is literally just, double fists. Mindlessly slamming against the door. But after Gibson puts this other person down, there is a quiet moment. I need, as you're stood there, Edo, at this thing came up and screamed at you. On the front of your shirt, you can see almost like little bits of spit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need you to make a, where is it? A sickness roll. So this is a stamina roll, and I'm going to make my virulence roll. So it's virulence 6.
Do I get to use my stress die?
This is the thing I'm never quite sure of. Because
I think it is because it's basically adrenaline,
yeah,
and that would probably help you.
yeah, but I don't think you can push it because it's your body's response to the sickness.
Right. Okay.
that didn't sound very reassuring.
Yeah. No successes
Okay,
fine.
I
on
got
6 dice.
2, and I'll just make a note of that for now.
Okay.
And maybe like in those zombie horror shows, it just shows the Sarge just like wiping his face or something. Totally.
And spitting something out as well.
Yeah, bleh, kind of thing. But this is as like
Brain.
Sutton's looking down at this dead body, and we can hear the thump thump, and Gibson and Jonesy are looking at the dead body in the middle of the quad.
Right. I'm gonna pick up and reholster my pistol, and then and say to Sutton, "Get right." Say across ready. Let's regroup. Over by Gibson and Jonesy, so we can see this vehicle bay.
Okay. So we're gonna go and climb up onto the top of the medical bay.
If it sounded it's a strong enough building to take 6 people standing on top of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's
My basic logic is that if it's got to melee us, then it's got an extra bit of thing to do of climbing up. So It'll
Okay.
turn out he can leap up in one bound, I'm sure. But,
Boing, like Beast from the X-Men.
yes.
Okay, so we tactically retreat to the roof of the medical bay.
Not retreat, we regroup on top of the
tactically
medical bay.
regroup to the top of the medical bay.
As
I
they
will grab
come
my
out,
knife.
as they come out of the door and into view, I'm going to leave Gibson looking at the vehicle bay, and I'm going to basically bring my rifle around, watch behind them. So as they're moving towards, if there's any movement, I can report behind them, incoming from behind.
Okay. So there is this like rhythmic kind of boom, clang, clang. We're climbing. There's some twitchy kind of looking over, and by the time we all regroup on the top of the medical lab, it's all gone quiet again. And in the floodlights, you can see that this person that Gibson's shot, they're wearing like a t-shirt and jeans, running trainers. They don't look like the guy we took out on the roof. The whoever or whatever is in the vehicle bay has stopped. And we're all up here on the roof, which, like, I love the silhouette because it's ridiculous. Just 6 guys on a roof, like, what the fuck? And I think Taiwo is a little bit like, what the fuck is going on? What is happening? I was told a Bimble walk was just walking.
He gets a hand on the shoulder from me as I kind of calm. Yeah, fine.
Right. I think they're infected with something. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Taiwo, look at that medical stuff. Work out what the fuck you can from it. Okay?
On the roof, Sarge.
Well, where the fuck else do you want to go and do it? Read the paper.
He sits down, like, cross-legged like a naughty schoolboy, like, and he pulls his pack, starts...
Willard, you cover the rear in case someone else climbs up stealthily behind us. Jonesy and Sutton keep watching the door, that building. So, sorry, Gibson and Sutton. Sorry, keep watching the door. Jonesy, we're going to put a sit rep in to command.
Yes, Sarge.
And then I'll just dictate that a sit rep about. There seems to be. We found a what appears to be an RMC base, a forward observation base, or some kind of test facility. Seems to be commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Sonobra, I think it was.
Yeah.
It's got LaSalle binational symbols here. There seems to be some kind of hot lab. Something seems to have escaped. We've killed 2 infected people so far. I'm not going to mention Project Invictus because that sort of reveals that we've hacked a computer. And we found no one alive. There appears to be one more, at least one more infected subject that we're going to try and take out shortly.
Okay. Jonesy,
I'll translate that into uplink speak.
Yeah, give me a contact roll as you're doing this. So
I'm gonna switch to the private comms with the Sarge and ask Sarge. I have a question.
Unfortunately, the space that you're on is too small to have any private conversation like that.
Then I will just say it out loud.
Okay.
Sarge, what kind of infection makes you resistant to a shot to the head?
Well, I've seen movies where people are on PCP and they get shot and they don't realise they're dead and they're still going. But Gibbo, honestly, I haven't got a fucking clue. All I know is that you put a bullet into it. I put several rounds. Well, I emptied a magazine into it. I mean, I'll be honest, a lot of them didn't hit. But I emptied a magazine into it, and then Squeaky blew its head off with a shotgun. But Tyler, have you got any more info from the medical stuff?
He just holds a finger up in like a just give me a moment. He needs more than a short conversation to read through this.
Okay, in that case, I'll turn to Sutton. When you did your recce round, were there any other entrances to the vehicle bay or just the front door?
We didn't see it, I don't think.
So the vehicle bay, it's got the shuttered door, and then on the inside of the quad, there is like a normal door, like what you'd open into a room kind of door.
And we see that from where we are.
Not from on here. Or you could see if something came in and out of it.
Yeah.
But you haven't got like a directly facing. So you wouldn't see if somebody cracked it and looked around, but you would see if someone went in and out.
If some sort of running hands and feet type monster came charging, infected human came charging out and towards us, we'd see that.
Yeah. Jones, how did you do with your Comtech roll?
I actually pushed the roll because I wanted more successes, and I got no ones on the stress dice. I have 5 successes.
Okay, so the first thing I'll tell you, it's very easy to make the satellite uplink from here. That would not have needed the roll. What you first find is here, something from the office, the office's computer is transmitting to another location, not far from here. There is, it's doing a data transfer to somewhere else.
That's being reported directly as I find that.
It is, have I got it?
Find out more what that is.
It is, you can see, it just gives you like a server name. And it's like Sunabura 02 dot what, you would recognize it. It's basically, he's got his personal server. He's backing up his shit to a personal server. So
it's backing up rather than alerting someone to us being here.
Well, that's a question. Like if Richard wants to,
that's why.
Yeah. So
I have to go AFK.
So what you know is part of your role will give you that it's backing up. It's definitely a backup to Sunabura's personal server somewhere else. It's just a data point on a network map, so it doesn't tell you like physical location. But you could probably work out that if you wanted to spend one of your successes on it. It's whether you've got, what did you get, 4 successes?
Got 5 in total.
5. So one of your 4 stunts could be obtain that information sort of thing, if you wanted.
Well, one will be that. One will be, is there any uplink to report that we are here? Any kind of thing that would report what's happening currently?
So the standard comm satellite in orbit will, when you've logged it, and you don't have to have logged it yet, it'll then relay it out on like the 3WE network. So it will take a little while because the whole point of this place is nobody can get here quickly.
No, what I mean is this backup is part of that also going to be a alert that we're here? Is there a live alert from that?
So this looks like it's just sending the data from his terminal from his office and backing it up to this personal server.
No problem.
It's not. It doesn't look like it's connecting to the uplink satellite, and it doesn't look like it's got its own personal satellite. So wherever this server is going, it's just a secondary storage for the location.
And although I should probably ask other clever questions, I'm going to spend my remaining to do it faster and to show off.
Okay. Yeah.
In front of the Sarge again.
Excellent. So it takes you a moment. And I'll still leave it up to you whether you want to log the sitrep to the comms satellite.
No, I mean, that was the initial order from the Sarge, so...
Yeah, but you don't have to if you don't want to. Like, you wouldn't know.
I'm showing up, I might as well.
Okay, so we sitrep with this, and then also we know there is this server. It's not going off planet. It's just taking everything that was on Sunabura's desktop, his local thing, and farming it out that way.
And you've relayed that, have you?
Yeah. And I spent one of my stunts to find out where that should be, where the actual physical object should be.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Based on like the rate and, what other sort of future space Comtech maths, it's about 5 kilometers away. It must be fairly close, otherwise it degrade the speed, and you can't have too much of the mountain and stuff in between. But there's something about 5k away. Could be another a facility, could be a vehicle, or another. It's a powered facility to have a server in it.
If I was going to put it anywhere, Sarge, I'd put it either there or there, because they're better high places, less stuff in between to degrade the signal.
Right. I'll have a look on my map, and there's nothing marked on the map that corresponds.
No, there's no buildings,
okay.
no thing.
So we think that. So is my guess. What do you guys think of this? Is that Salisbury's done a bunk, left this, and then got his computer giving him all the backup records?
It could be
before he then gets off planet. I assume.
Could be a couple of things, Sarge. It could be that he's done exactly that. It could be this was meant to be a bait and switch. We're going to do a job here, and then they infect all the people and watch it from remotely. Or it could be amongst one of the people. There's a number of buildings we haven't checked where it could be there either infected or dead.
In any case, not what we've been paid to do. So I suggest
but you're in the military.
Get a vehicle and we just leave.
Willard is like, yes. That, Gibson, is the best thing you've said all trip, all exercise.
Sorry, who's saying that?
Willard. Willard agrees we should get a vehicle and get the fuck out of Dodge.
I certainly think we should get a vehicle and get to our extraction point as soon as possible.
I said
this information clearly needs to be reported and everyone thoroughly debriefed in person. The sitrep we've sent is a starting point, but we need to be there to give testimony as well, because something odd is going on here.
So should I set up a thing where I can send over effectively a quarantine order on the satellite once we've been picked up, so that no one else drops on this planet and they can glass this place if need be? Because that's not normal.
Well, I think more importantly, we need to contact the troops that are 4 days behind us.
No, there's nobody else. Like, so when you're dropped off, so 6 weeks from your drop off, the Royal Marines will be dropped on.
Oh, sorry. When you said you were 4 days ahead of schedule, that was for doing our work.
Yes.
Not 4 days ahead. Apologies, I misunderstood that. I misremembered that. Sorry. Okay.
You theoretically should be the only humans on the planet.
Okay.
And theoretically, you're about 25k behind where you are. Like if you had, like on the planes where they have your location based on where you should be, you're about 25k south from where you should be right now. So you're ahead of your route.
Okay. Right. I think we need to go and look for a vehicle in that vehicle bay and take out the last one there. Can you remotely open it from here?
Yes, Sarge.
Right. Taiwo, have you found anything out?
Well, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 8 names here, boss. It's mostly medical charts. Looks like they were doing, physical training, PT stuff. It tracks like, how much they've bench pressed, what their calorie intake is, their weight, their, muscle mass. I don't think it's a bit dark. It's quite, it's getting a bit late. I could study it out a bit more, but it looks like I don't know whether it's performance enhancing drugs or steroids
do the names have ranks?
There's a couple of sergeants, a couple of lance corporals, and he reads them off. So there's Dyer, Hirano, Atterbury, Matthews, Causa, Patton, Marsh, and St. John. Sutton, you've met these guys. These are all commando selection people you've been through with. They succeeded. They're in like the past 2, maybe 3 sessions you went through. Whether you want to tell anybody that is up to you. But like as Tayo is reading them out, these are names like, it's Brandon Dyer, it's Dudley Causa, Braylon St. John, absolute asshole. Like, he's the sort of one who would be like chest bumping. Go on then, what did you just, chin jutting sort of lad. But as he reads them all out, you recognise them. But yeah, Tayo's like, yeah, it's, all sounds like the squaddies by name and rank, Sarge. This one, Causer, looks like he's doing a marathon in about an hour.
Scheduled to do?
No, that's his recorded times. Like, his first marathon.
Sorry. Running a marathon in an hour?
Yeah, unless, I could be reading it wrong, Sarge. It's just, PBs and weights and stuff.
So is this some sort of crackpot super soldier project? Okay, it doesn't really matter. We need to sort out what the hell's in that and get a vehicle out of it. So, Tyrone, put all that stuff back away in your pack. Get your rifle out. You replace Willard you're sort of covering our rear. The other 5 of us line up on the top of the medical bay with a view of the vehicle bay entrance. Yeah. What I think we need to attract his attention again. So Gibson, I think if you put a round into the door, actually no, or would it better something you put a shotgun shell into the door?
From this range, you wouldn't hit it with the shotgun.
Okay, you put a rifle round into the door to make noise to attract it, and then we all take aim. Game mechanics wise, I think that puts us into essentially take an Overwatch action.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Jonesy, you open the door, and the other 4 of us, and then you as quickly as possible unloaded it.
Whilst he's talking about that, I'm doing some minor twiddling on my contact device.
Yeah.
Absolutely 100% setting things up for exactly what the sergeant wants, and also setting up a side thing where I've got a thing to press if I need to do a quarantine to the satellite when we're off planet.
Okay. Yeah, you're
I'm not telling the Sarge this. I'm just yeah. So no problem, Sarge. Rifle is ready to go as quickly as possible.
Sorry, I didn't say it, but the quarantine off planet onto a planet is a very good idea. Sorry, I didn't actually answer that question.
That's all right. Sorry.
Alt F3 will send the quarantine order, like just that kind of thing. Okay.
No problem.
So nobody's going to go down there and be like, "Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough." We're going to do it by going pang into the door.
I think what I'd probably
we have
also
guns and it doesn't.
I think what I'd also do is I'd said again, like I did with the guy running out of the medical, I'd probably suggest, knowing the structure of the door from where we saw it before and from the plans that we've seen, suggest a point on that around about where that dent was to shoot. Mm-hmm. That would probably be weaker. It may still be that area, and if it gets through, you might actually hurt it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, we can set this all up. Tayo is like, look, if we want evidence that they've been doing sketchy shit, Sarge, it'll be downstairs. I know my way around the lab. But we could
Nice idea. Completely agree. Can we deal with the thing that wants to rip your fucking head off first?
That's why you're the Sarge.
Yeah.
I reach into my pack whilst this is happening, pull my bubble hat on over the top of my cap, my England, Tri-Empire, but England bubble hat with a football as the pommel, pommel, and sort of.
Nice. Okay.
Are you reducing a point of stress by any chance?
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I'm going to contemplate my watch from my father.
Oh, so you do that thing where you are all right. Let's. So the plan is
we'll just time this.
The plan is to attract its attention, open the door, shoot it, and then once it's dead, are we going to bug out?
Has it? That's my system of plan. Has anyone got any better ideas?
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
I to be honest, Sarge, I think getting out of it, getting to the Yamamoto, and then quarantining this planet till they can glass it is the plan. I think that's a solid.
Okay. It's fairly easy. Go on.
Sorry, just say one thing to Jonesy. The only thing is, if we get out of here, lose that project name in any files you took.
Press button. What file, sir? I don't know what you're talking about, Sergeant.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Sorry, Millie. Apologies.
That's all right. So we're just covering our ass in case.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. All right. So it is fairly easy to do the first half of the plan. The attracting it, it's like a couple of shots into the shed door. Pang. Is it just standard rifle shots, or are we using Gibson's high-powered sniper?
I asked Gibson to do it, so
Okay. Yeah. So that's fine. When this person comes down, they do, you can hear them like banging on it, shaking that, and Jonesy sets off the door. It doesn't wait for it to get all the way up.
oh no, he'll start crawling underneath.
Yeah. As soon as like there's space, it almost like it's realized it's coming up, and it backs up. It's backed up, and it comes out like a dart. So let's Jones, Edo, Sutton. You can all make a ranged attack roll, and then no,
And
Gibson will as well. Yeah, I was thinking because there's time. So yeah, all four.
and
of you
Willard.
and Willard.
Because essentially we should all have an Overwatch action,
Mhm.
which, if I remember rightly, doesn't that breach their initiative?
Yeah,
So-
I wasn't going to draw initiative.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Unless you don't kill him. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, watch us fail. Do I guess do I have the advantage of aiming or?
Yeah. So you can all have +2 from aiming because you've all had time.
So many dice.
You get all your stress. You get your bonus from your gun.
I can't believe it. Not a single success in 10 dice.
Did you on any of your stress dice roll a 1?
I haven't rolled my stress die yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm pushing.
Five. Nothing.
Okay. So you can
So
increase.
can I just declare I'm going to full auto as well,
Okay.
and I would encourage those who have assault rifles to full auto as well.
I've already rolled. I pushed because I wanted more successes than I had. I have no ones on my stress dice. I have 6 successes.
Jonesy.
Die, you blasted thing!
Gratuitous violence, my friend.
Oh my God. I just get 2 successes.
Okay.
Come on, you lions!
Free lights on the show.
I have a 1 on a
Nothing.
stress die.
Okay.
I got nothing in 13 dice.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Wow. Do you want
Have you
to?
got a 1 on a stress die?
Do you want to push?
You can
No,
push.
I think I'm all right.
No, if you push, you re-roll. You take an extra.
Yeah,
step.
I know. But the universe is kind of trying to say something. I'm listening very hard. It's saying you rolled really great up to now. It's done. Sit down, watch the others do their thing.
Just
Go
put
to
it in the
bed.
hands of Jonesy.
Millie,
Mm-hmm.
I got a 1 on a stress dice. I've rolled my panic roll. I've got a total of 7, so that's an extra stress point, isn't it?
Yeah. Everybody around you gets an extra stress because Sarge got
excellent.
a nervous twitch.
I just realised, by the way, I couldn't use my watch because I'm exhausted.
Yeah, you are.
So I've got an extra stress dice to roll.
All right.
If you have 2 ones on stress dice, that's not.
No, but it will. If your stress level is 1 higher, instead of 7, it'd be 8.
No. Yeah, I've got that one. I've used up another entire clip, by the way.
Seems conservation. The mule's got
Most
more
I hit
rounds,
the
right?
door.
Mules have got another round. So what was your stress result? 7.
7, yeah.
7. So you get a nervous twitch, like you're shaking again. Maybe don't full auto because it seems to give you a nervous twitch.
Something I've just suddenly realised something.
Mhm.
I have forgotten my -2 agility. Had that worn off?
Yeah, it'd be fine. But you do get a tremble, so everybody on top of the med lab gets an extra stress, and Edo as well. So Jonesy, nothing short of gratuitous violence, as we'd expect. And
Standing there, blasting away, shouting about 3 lines with me England bubble hat on.
Yeah. And then Sutton, two successes from you.
2 successes, yeah.
Given that we know these things are pretty hard to put down, is anybody doing anything other than more damage with their stunt?
I'm going to use 1 to swap initiative, but
Okay.
that's all. Sorry, I'm going to do 1 to swap initiative if that's an appropriate thing to do, because obviously we don't have initiative cards yet.
No. Okay. You don't need to swap initiative. That extra damage puts this dude down.
Okay, I've also got 5 successes.
Oh, 5 successes.
So that's a further 6 points of damage from me.
Yeah. All right. This guy, it killboxed, down, dropped. There must be a moment where Willard is like, Sarge, stop! You're out of rounds. Like,
I'll probably sound mouth. Short control burst, Sarge. Short control bursts.
yeah.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. I've gone deaf.
I think we all need a brew, says Willard.
Right. Let's get down there and see if there's a. Can we see it? Is there a fucking vehicle in that vehicle?
It's pretty dark in there. It looks like there's a couple of meters of space, but there might be something further back.
Right. I'm reloading my rifle
Mm-hmm.
and then saying, right, everyone down there. Let's see what's in the vehicle bay. We need an exit plan.
I'll cover you, Sheriff, till you get down, then the rest of us will follow you, as I'm talking to Willard.
We're only 1 story up, aren't we?
Yeah, it's just one story, so you should.
So we can
be
just
able to
start all just. We don't need to climb down. We
turn
can
and
just drop ourselves down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll drop down straight away.
Tayo is like, Sarge, why don't we divide and conquer? Like, you go in, get the wagon. Me,
Let's
Willard,
just
and
find. No. Stop trying to make my life more complicated. Do as you're fucking told.
But Sarge, it'll be quicker.
Tarbo, just move it. Just move it. I don't think we're going to be looking in that lab, much as you would love to.
No, we're going to look in the lab, but we're going to secure a vehicle first. Because if we've got a vehicle, we can take more stuff with us. If we haven't got a vehicle, we're going on foot, aren't we? So.
Do we really need to take anything with us? I mean, this is way above our pay grade.
No. I meant more medical.
Right.
Because essentially we'll rip out the computers and bring the computers with us.
I would say one thing, Sarge. If we're going into that lab, that's probably where they've done a lot of work on these gesturing generally in the direction of the people who've been modified. So that's more likely where the active pathogens and maybe 1 or 2 more volunteers might be.
You talked about. Someone said about an airlock. We're not going past the airlock.
Well, no, Sarge, we'd have to, because that's where they keep all the information, all the stuff that isn't these charts. Somebody's got to go in there. That's where they do all the work.
I agree. Someone has to go in there. Someone else. This is not our job. Let the brass decide
Right.
to send.
Let's check the vehicle bay first.
Yes.
Gibson's right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we all drop down off the thing.
Mhm.
I drop down and look behind us.
Yeah, checking around.
I'll grab Willard and start heading forward
And
towards the bill.
Sutton and Willard head forward.
I'm gonna find a good wide angle to look or aim inside the vehicle bay, just in case there's any surprise waiting for us.
Yeah.
In there.
Yeah. And we torches, lights on to shine in there, or are we going to go in and try and find a light switch, or are we going to go in the dark?
Torches and then
Torches.
turn on the lights which we find it.
Okay.
I'm going to be towards the back of the group, basically Taylor and Charlie, and whilst the sergeant is in front of me, I shall slightly unship that bottle of scotch, rip a bit of cloth off or a bit of hanky, unscrew, stuff that in.
Are you
screw
making a
the lid back up,
Molotov?
just in case, yes. I'm hoping not to have
Love
to
it,
use
man.
it.
Don't know where you do that behind me. But anyway,
Willard and Sutton, you head forwards. As you get a little bit of distance away from the squad, Willard's like, it's like he wants us to hold hands all the way around the base. So not doing your head in. He's just going to get one of us killed if we stay together. And then he sort of like...
Willard.
No, he's not.
Comms.
He's not on the con. He's literally just mouthing off to Sutton. Literally just mouthing off to Sutton. And he moves, taps you on the shoulder, as in like I've got your buddy, and you do that sort of like advance into thing, and we can see your torches going. Would you like to make an observation roll to look around, or a mobility roll to sneak in carefully? Your choice, or you could do both if you wish.
I think I'll go mobility. So yeah, I want to sneak in as much as possible. Not that it's particularly good.
Given that we're between combat, I'm going to make a few jolly jokes and japes
Okay.
within, to try to bring everyone down a bit.
Okay. You're
Using my banter talent.
do a bit of bantering. Okay.
Yeah.
So this
Right.
won't affect Sutton and Willard because they are very much alert and heads on a swivel.
Right.
It doesn't affect me either because I'm exhausted.
He's exhausted and grumpy.
Right.
So basically, me and Gibson lose 2 points of stress.
Yep.
Nice.
And Tyro as
And
well.
Tyro.
Okay.
If we were tracking his stress, we're not.
Yeah.
Okay, I got 1 success, but I got 2 stress.
Okay, so the 2 stress doesn't it's stress is binary. Either you pass or you
It's
fail.
either on or off. Yeah.
So we need to make a panic roll.
Excellent. That's 5 plus my stress of 5.
Fuck yeah.
That's a
Okay.
good one, I think.
This should be fun.
Do you have the overkill talent?
I do.
Okay. You've got two options here. Something spooks you, and either you freeze, in which case whatever has spooked you basically gets a free go at you because you freeze. So this is like Lambert in the vehicle bay. Or I think overkill is triggered by panic roll of 10 or greater.
Yeah.
You can just shoot, and you just have to keep shooting until something's dead.
I think we're doing overkill.
Okay. I need to just
He's had enough of this.
double check on overkill.
I think you've just shot Willard.
Yes, he'll be missed.
No, we won't.
He's our best soldier, so.
Oh, mouth and no trousers.
In terms of combat, I think Gibson and Sutton are far better than Willard. He's just a frigging rifleman. We've got a sniper and an assault marine.
Overkill effect would be just simpler. See page 104. If they were all on the same page.
You can trigger overkill effect when you can make a panic roll. C104.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, result of 11 or higher.
Okay.
Oh.
No, I
sick.
think.
Yeah.
But we have the overkill talent though. That's what we're using here.
Yeah, I don't. I'm happy for you to do it the way it's your game. So, but it does. All it says is there is see page 104 and 104 specifically states 11 or higher. If you want to roll it 10 or higher, that is within your purview entirely.
No,
I wouldn't disagree.
So you don't. You can trigger the overkill effect when you make a panic roll. So that's the talent. The Colonial Marine talent is you can trigger the overkill effect when you make a panic roll.
Gotcha. I've misread that one. I've been running it, so I'll remember that next time.
The panic roll, an overkill. The overkill talent lets you replace the effect of a panic roll. Oh, okay, they do feed into each other. 11 or higher. So no. So you just freeze, unfortunately, there, Sutton.
Yeah. Good.
I mean, as ref, you are fully within your rights to say, actually, I'm going to do it for 10 or higher if you think that's appropriate. But
all right, you and Willard, your stress increases. So as you like advanced forward.
So many stress time.
I know, it's brilliant, eh?
I need to get rid of some of that.
You need to find a quiet moment to relax, out of danger.
we'll get Taiwo to jab you up with some nap relief.
Yeah, Taiwo will give you some drugs. Like, you don't know, like, it's a spooky moment, and it must be reminiscent of like one of the vehicle bays or something in Aliens or that kind of thing. There's things hanging up, stuff shining around. As you are waving your torch around a bit, you step on something. There is a clatter and a bang, and you freeze, and then you just realise you've knocked something, like with your webbing, and it's and Willard turns around and goes, "For fuck's sake, Sutton, don't do that again." There is a vehicle in the vehicle bay. There's a rack of big weapons. So Willard goes, "Oh, I found the light switch. Do you want me to switch it on?"
Yeah, shit. Yeah, yes. Let's get some proper
And
lighting.
he does that thing where he covers one eye and all that kind of jive. Flicks it on. Fluorescent light lights up. There is all over the bonnet the remains of someone else. Of this. It looks like some sort of ATV buggy kind of thing. It could seat 5 people and then have a thing at the back, or if it was a combat vehicle, that's where they'd put like a gun on the back of a thing. Like this one doesn't. This is just a supply version, if you will. But it's got 5 seats in the front, a roll cage, and an empty truck bed at the back, and the remains of someone all over the bonnet. Like that person that you eviscerated outside with your kill box obviously went to town on somebody else. What strikes you from in here is that there looks like there's space for 2 of these, and one is missing.
That answers another question, right? Like, what happened to all the other people?
Yeah. All right. I will relay that. So yeah. All right, Sarge, we got an ATV here. Some poor sap's been smeared over the front, but looks like there was 2. So another one's missing.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's split into 2 groups. Sutton. Actually, I'm going to come. Actually, I'll do that in a sec. Sutton and Willard, get the vehicle set up and get it out, ready to go. The rest of us are going to go and look in the medical bay.
Do we have to?
No. We're just going to this out office bit to grab more paper. We're not going through that airlock.
So Jonesy, Gibson, and Tayo are with Edo, right?
Yep. Edo's first of all going to go and grab. You said there's weapons here. Is there spare ammo for my rifle?
Sorry, where?
You said there were weapons in the vehicle bay.
No, there's no weapons.
Weapon rack.
No, there's tool racks. Or it's a repair bay. There's no armory in there.
I thought you said a weapons rack. Sorry.
The flatbed of the truck on a different loadout would have a weapon on it, like a turret.
Yeah.
But this one doesn't. Like
No, I've got that.
I passed a magazine over to the sergeant because I've still got my 2 spare.
Typically somewhere in the officers' quarters there would be an armory, a small sort of secure, because there would be like a locked sort of thing that the officer would be in control of. So over in the officers' quarters there might be more. There might be a safe or something.
No, we'll leave that. Right, let's just go glance back in the medical bay where you're getting the vehicle out and see if there's any. Just gather up more paperwork and stuff like that.
Jonesy, Gibson, you make me an observation roll, please.
Absolutely. And pushing. No successes and 6 stress dice after harm. Okay, so that would be 4 successes. Nice.
Okay.
So no successes, but I will push.
And I'm making sure I'm as close to Taiwo as possible to keep him under control.
He's a very enthusiastic young lad. Leave him alone.
Oh, I know he's a very we're buddies. I'm guiding him. I'm helping him, and keeping me alive.
Nothing for yourself, Gibson?
Nothing. Right. 18 rolls. Nothing.
All right. Jones, as you're taking orders off the Sarge, you can see like it looks like either he's got dirt in his eyes, or there's some sort of black kind of cloud in them. And it's really odd. Like, you thought it was a nervous twitch when he was unloading, but it looks like he just keeps on, like, balling his fists. Like, you know, like when you're like, just listen to me. And typically on the previous runs, he's always been really, like, chill and under control. But you can see him, like, scrunching his fists. And almost when you look down, you can see in his palms, like, red marks where he's obviously, like, you know, he's tired. Been an event. He's obviously having a little bit of trauma, keeping himself under control. Do you want to do anything with the stunts? Do you want me to tell you other things?
I'm gonna. First of all, I think, well, obviously, one to succeed in the role, I'm going to spend one to. I think it's fair for me to, given the circumstances, spend one to tie. Because I didn't see the thing with the dark eyes, to tie those two things together, because it does look odd. So I'm going to spend a stunt to not just go, oh, right, that's a bit weird, but I'd like to spend one to try to. I'm going to turn to the sergeant and say, Sergeant, I think you've got something in your eye, and it looks a bit nasty. Might be worth letting Plasters do her thing, just quickly, because we don't want you subpar before we go in. And I'd like to spend one to kind of ease that around what Jonesy sees as the sergeant's ego.
Okay, yeah, no, I like it.
I love Tyro's new nickname of Plasters. Sorry, they are brilliant.
And Tyro, it obviously goes over Tyro's head, because they're like, oh, well, yeah, I've got some, there'll be an eye wash kit in the thing. Let me just check my pack. And they do that.
And I'd like to spend the last one to bring to Tyro's attention the oddness of it without bringing it to the sergeant's attention.
Okay, yeah. Like, you sort of like...
What do you mean I got something in my eye? What are you talking about?
You got some kind of grit. It looks like it's starting to get a bit infected. Might be worth, because we don't want you being subpar when we go in, just in case there's something else in there we have to fight. Okay?
All right.
Trust me, Sarge. Trust me.
Okay, so Tayo's going to try and encourage you to come and sit in the medical chair in the medical bay, Sarge, just so he can run some water, tilt your head to the side, run some water over your face.
Okay, as long as the others are actually gathering up some of the paperwork.
Yeah.
Given Tyro's busy doing, even Plaster's busy doing Plaster's things, I'm quite happy to leave him, because he's now focused.
Tyro does say, look, they make reference to some drugs and stuff in here. They're going to have it in there. All I found out here when I was looking was, you know, ibuprofen, pink Smarties and antacids. It's not a hard if you've done hazmat, it'll be fine. But their medical suits are not going to fit over your kit. So, I don't know, drop your web in and someone just make their way through. Pick up anything you can. Fetch it back.
Focus, Plasters. Just focus on the Sarge. We'll deal with this bit.
Yeah,
Don't worry about what's in there, because we that's above our pay grade, and we don't want any more of those things coming out of us if there are any more down there. So I don't think
it's just a little room.
Focus.
You can see in there. You can see through the window. Just don't open the freezer at the back.
Yep, focus, Plasters. I don't trust anything. Just trust me. Trust me. Have I ever steered you wrong? Except for that one time with the. Well, let's not go there.
Yeah.
Right. I'm, to be honest, I'm starting to get worried that Tyro is going to do something stupid. So I'm going to say, I'm going to be very clear here. You are not, and no one is to go into that hot lab. Okay? Very clear. And I'm going to use my pull rank talent.
Okay. Just tell us what pull rank does so we all know.
You can use your command skill to order other non-officer PC and NPCs around, as long as they belong to the same organization as you. To force someone to follow your orders and perform a specific action, roll command against the target's manipulation. If successful, the target must follow your order, even if it means harm or danger to themselves.
Okay.
Your stress level increases by 1 each time you do this. Also,
So to do it, you would have to make a roll for each and every character.
no. I'm not bothering with the rest of them. I'm doing it because I think the
Just
rest of them
to
are
Tayo.
being sensible. Tayo's the only one who seems to be. So I'm saying it. The others can hear it,
But
the
it's
one I
just
actually want you
against
to tell them. It's just
Okay.
Tayo.
Yeah, let's make a roll.
So, right, I gain 1 stress.
Uh huh. Where is he?
And then 3 for that. And then my stress is currently 6.
And this is opposed by Tayo's what? Manipulation.
Manipulation. Oh God!
That's either really good or really bad.
Right. That is no successes. I actually rolled 3 1. I mean, it's only a failure on the stress, but I rolled 3 1s on the stress die.
All right.
So I make a panic roll,
Mm-hmm.
which is 9.
All right. So this is what happens. Sergeant Edo literally, and in your version of events, Andy, it's just you reading the riot act at Edo, right? Taiwo.
Taiwo.
It's just Edo, and he's just like, under no circumstances do you, blah, blah, blah. What everybody else sees is basically the Sarge frothing at the mouth, launches themselves across the way, leaps onto Edo, and is Taiwo, banging his like the kid up against the wall repeatedly until he's like, and if you do not stop him, he will beat this kid to a pulp.
As soon as I see this, I am interjecting a calm voice, and separate the two with a definite look at Taiwo of do not even think about it.
All right. It's not separating with a calm voice. This is like physically, vertically pulling the sergeant off Edo. Like, it's going to take Jonesy and Sutton, and maybe even Willard. Andy, I'll send you Willard's character sheet, like, as a hint.
I've got character sheet.
Okay, yeah, I'll send you Willard's stuff. So, as it, like, the sergeant is no longer functioning as a player character. He is feral. He has lost the plot. Taiwo is either gonna go down or the Sarge is. You don't have to necessarily kill your boss. You could, someone could step in and try and knock him out. But there is no, like, Jonesy might try the, whoa, lads, Sarge. And he'll get like a sort of swing just for interjecting. Tayo is like, up against the wall, that kind of stuff. So what do we want to do?
I think what we'll do, Jones would move towards in a calming, but when it becomes obvious, get everyone to grab, drag, say to Plasters, you got anything to put him out of the, put him to sleep?
Okay, so folks are restraining the Sarge, and then we're going to try and knock him out. Is that the plan?
That's the plan.
Okay. Who is going to be the one to try and physically do this? Someone needs to make a close combat roll.
Probably not me, because I've got 4. For apart from plus stress, obviously.
Okay, so not.
I've got good close combat.
Sutton.
Bonus dice for assistance.
Okay.
Yeah, make a close combat roll. Plus 2 from everybody trying to help you.
Okay. That's going to be lots of dice. Okay.
6s, not 1s. 6s, not 1s.
I do have a 1 on the stress, but let's see what I've got.
Understandable. It's a stressful situation.
I've got 2 successes.
Okay. Make your panic roll. Tell us what the result is.
Was Willard trying to stop as well?
Yeah, you can do, yeah.
What was the dice roll, sorry?
You just give Sutton a bonus.
Because Dave's already rolled.
Okay, sorry.
All right. Right, I rolled 6 on the panic
Panic.
die.
And then how much do you add to that?
Add 5.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
So that would make you 10. That would make you freeze. So you're gonna. So what happens is you try and restrain.
11, right?
Would it-
11.
11?
Yeah.
Oh, 11. Okay, so you could either run away and seek cover. It's too stressful to try and restrain your boss like this, or overkill, and you won't stop until the Sarge is broken, or you are. What do you pick?
Second version.
I think.
My vote.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, he's had it. He's had enough of this chicken shit outfit.
Okay,
The
so
Sarge has just lost it for him.
the Sarge launches himself at Tyro, telling Tyro to shut up, do as he's told, no one's going in the lab, starts like literally throwing the kid against the wall, physical, like smashing his head. Like it's one of those horror movies where it zooms in on the hook that's like 2 inches away from Tyro's head that he could be impaled on, kind of thing. Sutton, Willard, Jonesy all leap in. Sarge frothing at the mouth, arms swinging. And it turns out like Sutton drags him across the way. And whether it's the butt of your shotgun or maybe you just go in with the knife, just to be like, just stay down, you mad old bastard. Knock him down. The Sarge is just out. There is blood all around. He's out for the count.
I'll pipe up immediately at that point. Okay, nobody touch. Get your hands clean, Sutton. Make sure you don't touch anyone else with anything that was on him. Where something's gotten onto the Sarge while we've been in here. So, have you got any bodily fluids of his on you? Clean them.
Tyro's like,
blood.
I've got sanitizer. Yeah, okay, we should. And like breaks into like he can do this. This is his job, kind of thing. Breaks into that kind of mode.
Hazmat protocols.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll step over and right, clean me up.
Yeah. So
Grab a pair of rubber gloves from my pouches. Liberate a watch.
What's the plan? Is the plan still the same?
The plan is leaving.
Willard says, let's get the fuck out of here.
Yes.
Yeah, too right. We're out of here. Right.
Are we taking
Can we
the
take
Sarge?
him with
in
us?
charge
He
now.
just-
I was about to ask the same question.
Yeah.
I think he's much as I like the old bastard. I think it's a hazmat protocol thing. We could, if we lock him in the officers' building, then nothing can
lock
get
him
to
in
him.
a room. He can be. They can come and fetch him.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be better to lock him in the garage? Isn't that going to be more secure than is the officers' building? Does the officers' place looks more secure?
I mean, you could lock it.
I would imagine it would be fairly secure because it's going to have weapons and high value
good point.
Yeah,
intel.
you can lock it up, and Jones has the code for it. So you're gonna pick up the Sarge, carry his unconscious body to the officer's room.
I think if we can get something to carefully with rubber gloves on, roll him onto, and carry that rather than hiking a potentially
Stretcher.
potentially.
There's no
infectious.
stretchers per se, but you could go into one of the bedrooms and get a blanket and do that.
We don't want to be touching him if at all possible, and if we don't do such, rubber gloves.
Yeah. Willard says to Tyro, get some gloves on and just take his pistol and his rifle and his knife off him.
Okay.
And his tags just in case.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So Tyro's going to start doing that.
I'll find a bag that they can put in, plastic sort of Ziploc type bag to put stuff in. Well, obviously the rifle won't go in there, but the stuff that will, so we can keep that secure. And
as you're all sort of like, okay, gloves on, that kind. Tyro, go over there, sort that out. Everybody's stress level goes up as Tyro shoots him.
okay,
Tyro's like,
yeah.
It's called triage. Let's
Yeah.
get the fuck out of here.
Okay. Nice work, Plasters. I didn't even know you had it in you. Shall we?
Yeah.
Let's go, gentlemen.
Yeah, everyone's got a break point.
Tayo is the only person who has the merciless talent and doesn't need to make an empathy roll to kill someone.
Oh,
Okay, let's leave now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run to
Willard
the
says,
vehicle.
Willard says, Sutton, you're in charge now, which is about fucking time. And that useless old bastard.
Right.
But we've got this signal where Jonesy reckons this data's going to. I don't think we go anywhere near that.
I'm with you on that. What if
Let's
we're
just drive to our endpoint and go and wait out there. We'll go back to them. You'll get our food and then get that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we can order
The mule to beat you up.
mule to meet us. Yeah. While Willard is saying the absolute by the regs thing, and Sutton is now in charge, I think Jonesy is subtly undercutting his. Just giving a few orders to some of the others and sort of, just subtle.
All right. Just steering Tayo one way rather than getting
Well,
swayed by the flashy lads.
Steering the group as much as possible.
All right.
Always respectful, of course, sir.
Yeah. Managing up and down.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
So the plan is to just bug out.
Yep.
Get the vehicle and bug out. I need somebody to make a heavy machinery roll for the vehicle, please.
Again, someone else.
Heavy machinery.
I'm worse
I
with that
do
than close
have
combat.
A total of 6 on that.
I've heavy machinery. All right, I have a 3, so no.
So strength,
Sounds
heavy
like it's
machinery.
Sutton.
Yeah,
Strength, heavy
so
machinery.
I've got a 6 on that, so I'll take that one then. But although I do have 7 stress.
Can anyone assist, or is this a driving specifically?
No, this is just setting up the vehicle, getting it ready, making sure it's operational. You can have up to 2 dice for assisting. Anybody's assisting is going to be doing that with Sutton, which means you won't be able to go off and do anything else.
I have 4 successes and no stress.
Excellent.
No problem. I will say Sheriff towards Willard, Whistler towards Gibson. You guys help the corporal, and I'll keep an eye on, and I'll gesture towards our trigger happy member.
Tayo.
Yeah.
Anyone on murder nurse?
Murder nurse.
Yeah,
It's
good job.
triage. It's battlefield
Plasters.
triage.
Good job,
He says.
Plasters.
It's a bit.
Willard's going to
Pat him on
say,
the back.
actually, Tayo, if you've got some of those pills that make people less freaked out, then I think Sutton needs some.
Okay. He'll offer. Yeah, he will. He'll take a moment. He'll offer a whole paraphernalia of drugs to you, Sutton. There's nap relief, which will, I think, let you go without sleep, because remember, we're all on edge. We've not had any sleep.
Nap relief reduces stress to 0.
Oh, nap relief reduces stress to 0. Oh, there's never sleep as well. There's never
That's
sleep
the one.
pills.
Yeah.
So Tayo will offer everybody drugs. Might as well, he says. And then we are going to drive out, leaving the sergeant locked up in the officer's mess.
No,
He's dead.
Plus,
he's
shot
dead.
him in the head.
Yeah, shot him in the head, leaving and then just getting the hell out of Dodge. Okay. All the while, as we watch this, all the while, the working Joe is sweeping the gravel, completely unmoved. A large stain of red blood around this person that Gibson shot, spreading out onto the floor. And we drive, not setting up any RV points, not resetting any places. We drive to the RV point to where the Yamamoto should come and meet us. After a couple of days waiting, after a week of waiting, because A, we've got to drive 500 miles, and B, we've got to make sure nothing's coming to murder us in our sleep, and C, we've got to wait for Jonesy's things to come. After a week, we get the contact from the Yamamoto. 2 more days as it maneuvers into system, and then you're picked up.
And as we launch, Quarantine.
Yeah. You send the quarantine ping. You are all put into quarantine separately. When the credits roll, what do we get as like the sort of outcome here? What does the those that lived, what do we do? Do we, while we're waiting in that week, agree on a set of plans, like a story? How do we angle it so your living characters get what they want? And what do we sacrifice to get that?
I think we some kind of an infection. We don't mention it being any kind of medical experiment or something, but it was an infection in this base. Lots of deaths. Some people are missing, presumed dead. Sarge was horribly.
Well, to put it differently, like Jonesy, he just wants to see the final.
Yeah.
So Jonesy's laughing. Jonesy's like, he's basically got 2 weeks in quarantine to watch all the footy he wants. Yeah, so to a degree, like in terms of what Jonesy wants, his personal agenda, he's got it. So there is a cut scene, the credits roll, of Jonesy in an England shirt with his legs crossed on a bed watching the footy, or is there something else? Like, is he in a pub?
I think he'd be in a pub, to be honest. I think he would be enjoying the footy in as large a crowd of people as possible.
Okay, so there's a cut, like one of those fast cuts of Jonesy in a medical lab donating blood. Somebody spinning in it, some of his blood spinning in a centrifuge, like negative on a printout. And then that cuts to another thing spinning, and you realise it's like Jonesy after he's done 3 shots and a pint, and people going, "Hey!" kind of thing. Yeah, Jonesy gets exactly what he wants. Who else? What does?
Can I just question that? Because
Yeah.
I think Josie wants an England victory in the World Cup, and that still won't have happened.
That won't have happened. But at least he gets to see that.
Yeah, I mean, all I've got is that there's the thing specifically says that I want to get to watch the cup FA Cup final.
It's FA Cup. Okay.
Yeah, just the cup final.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gibson will simplify his story to the minimum. So he will say that, look, we saw something, we went there, like these 2 people like came out, like attacking Sarge, and then us, they looked like super strong. They didn't respond to command, so I just did my job, shot them. And then there was this kerfuffle in the infirmary. I didn't see what's going on, didn't see anything happen. But at the end of it, Sarge was dead. And we just left. I didn't see anything. I don't know what happened. I was just, watching everyone else's asses.
I think Willem will try and imply that there's something infectious on the planet.
Does Gibson make sure everybody? Does Gibson go to length to talk about how shitty the company is, like it was all LaSalle's fault, or does he stay out of that?
I will stay out of everything. I will try to, I understand what's happened, right? Like they were running like probably illegal experiments or something like that. Go out of control. They will probably try to burn everything. I saw nothing.
Okay. And he just wants to just some good soldiering. Just get off this detail and go and do some good soldiering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just let's move to the next assignment. Get paid. Leave and maybe join a union or something.
Okay, join a union. Can't have unions in the army. They don't do that. But
Sutton will do something similar to Gibson, because he wants to again say the minimum he needs to get clear.
Yeah, Sutton is close to mustering out, though, isn't he?
Yes. So all he has to do is sit out his last few days before he musters out, and we see him walking out of the RMC, goes across the street to where there is a Wayland Yutani office, walks in and signs up for his first day on a desk job.
Yeah. Just walks across the street. And strangely, there's quite a detailed interview process, and then suddenly he gets a corner office.
And Gibson, that union that they don't have in the army, I'm the person you need to speak to, and I'll take your dues, okay?
What?
I think Willard will basically try and imply that it's something that was on the planet. So not that anyone was up to anything dodgy.
Nothing to do with that.
And try and also imply that he really wants to join the actual the Royal Marine, was it?
He wants the Royal Marine Commandos. Yeah,
wants to join them. And so I think he probably is reassigned to the role he wants. Sort of as a way of keeping quiet, possibly.
There is like an interest from Lieutenant Colonel Michael Soonerborough, who listens in at what happened on Salisbury. And I guess we see it from like he stood behind a two-way mirror watching Willard. And Willard, who doesn't like drop him in it, suddenly is like promoted and passes through the selection and is out of protection detail and onto the thing. There's maybe a brief meeting, or maybe it's not a meeting, maybe it's at the end of like a passing out parade where Soonerborough is inspecting, and he goes, Willard, I've heard a lot about your career. I'll be paying further attention. Carry on. And that's about the interaction.
And I think Willard clocks the name badge.
Yeah.
And looks rather worried.
But the suggestion is more, you didn't drop me in it, so I won't make your life miserable. Like if you continue to not cause trouble, you will continue to do well. And the poor old Sergeant Edo doesn't get to go and have a pension, muster out in Kyoto, and get breakfast in bed.
But he did manage to keep his team alive.
He did, yeah. Did get to keep his team alive.
Slightly obsessive about it. Yeah.
To the point of nearly beating Tayo to death. Oh, Tayo! what does old Tayo do? Let's see.
I would think Tayo might go and try and get an actual a non-combat role.
So Tayo just wanted to prove to everybody that he was a soldier, like a real soldier. He's tired. He's just mustered out, and everybody keeps thinking he's just there to stick plasters on. So Tayo showed that he's got the stones to do the job.
I think that act of killing the sergeant, although technically not within the regs, would probably calm him down a bit.
Mm-hmm.
He's proven that he's actually got grit.
He's got grit, and he just goes off. So he's on he goes off to the frontier war and takes more and more kind of dangerous combat medtech roles, and the credits roll. That is the Bimble. Did anybody work out what film I'm absolutely stealing from left, right, and centre? Anybody get it?
I haven't watched a huge number of films, so.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm normally quite good at this sort of thing, and no, I haven't.
All right. So, to a greater or lesser degree, we've just done Dog Soldiers.
Haven't watched it.
Okay, I have watched it, but it's a long time ago. Very long time.
I've seen bits of it.
Oh, okay. That was Dog Soldiers. Thank you very much for playing games with me. This will be available for folks who have watched to download and play themselves. You just need to head over to the Arbella Games Discord. There will be a link down there in the bits underneath the show. Whilst you're looking at the description and all the other bits, you can press the subscribe button, or you can press the like button, or you could leave a comment and just, when did you work out what film I was trying to rip off? That's all you need to do. Where can we find? Has anybody else got stuff going on that we should share with the audience? Richard, this should go out while we're still running Imperium Maledictum.
Yes. Next Thursday, or the next 4 Thursdays, 8 p.m. Imperium Maledictum, season 2 of Shadows of Apostasy,
where the commissar is not going to get shot again because
Not this time.
because of the insolence of the troop. Andy, have you got anything available on the internet for folks to find?
Yep, I've got. If you go on YouTube and Google Wilder Space Gaming, then that's my tiny little channel with my other mates of mine playing various games. There's Twilight 2000 on there. There's some Delta Green on there. There's some Trailer Cthulhu. There's a little bit of Blade Runner, some D&D, Legend of the Five Rings. Quite a lot of bits and pieces.
Bit of everything. Tasty.
And if you're on Garbag Games, then I put links in the Casters Network part of Garbag Games Discord.
Nice. Dave, Javier, you got anything? You're just out there playing games, having fun?
Just out there playing games.
As many as
we
can.
appeared in the an Expanse game recently.
Hopefully we'll be able to do a bit more with that.
I don't think that's been put live yet by Pete.
It hasn't. No,
it hasn't. So look out for an Expanse game coming soon. Nice, excellent. Well, again,
that was good game. That was a good game. That
it was good fun.
Oh, exciting! I will be sneaky and go and look in the admin system, see if I can find it. And while I'm doing that, once again, thank you very much for playing Alien with me. Thank you very much for watching.
Thank you for running it.
And we'll see you all soon. Bye bye.